Good morning. Welcome to the September 27th Delta Stewardship Council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and begin with the roll call. I think Council members Damrell is here. Council member Weinberg was in the room. We'll expect him here shortly. Fiorini is here.
Tatayan here.
Okay. At this point, we don't have a quorum, but I promise we will soon. So we will skip item number 3, which is an action item. I will move on to file item number 4, the chair's report. A week ago Sunday, I had the privilege of attending the Delta Wine Growers Tasting and Auction in Clarksburg. Wonderful event at the Herringer Ranch. I'm guessing there was probably 500 people there. It was a benefit in support of the library in Clarksburg. And just another reminder of the community in the community environment, the enthusiasm for communities like Clarksburg. So I was pleased to be a part of that. I have been involved in multiple Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee planning meetings. The next DPIC meeting will be held in the Galleria on Monday, November 5th, and the plans are shaping up for a very productive meeting then. And then finally, the Delta Science Funding Initiative group that we have convened over the last several months is now meeting monthly, and Amanda Bowl is staffing that effort. We hope to have a report with some recommendations to bring to the council by April of next year. Any questions of the chair's report? All right. With that, let the record show that council members Marion and Thompson have arrived. We now have a quorum. I'll refer back to file item number 3, adoption of the August 23rd, 2018 meeting summary. Your pleasure.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to approve the corrected meeting summary that has been handed out. It's on your desktop. Any discussion on the motion? We shall vote.
I can't believe I was not here.
Fiorini, aye.
Tatayan, aye.
Thompson, aye.
Motion passes 4 with 1 abstention. All right, on to file item number 5, the Executive Officer's Report. Jessica Pearson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Included in your packet and on the table this morning, as well as on our website, as always, are letters we've sent since the last meeting. One is a Delta Plan Implementation Early Consultation letter to the Department of Water Resources on their Winter Island Tidal Habitat Restoration Project effort. This is a project under Eco-Restore. The project encompasses over 500 acres of habitat enhancement and is intended to promote unrestricted tidal connectivity between the interior portion of Winter Island and surrounding channels. Our letter essentially provides advice to them as they prepare their consistency certification for the Delta Plan. Also, upon your request, in response to August discussion, we submitted a comment letter earlier this week on the proposed regulatory revisions to the Federal Endangered Species Act, and so you have a copy of that letter in your binder. If you have any questions, feel free to follow up with me or with Ryan Stambra. On covered actions, no new covered actions were filed, no consistency certifications were filed this month, but since our last meeting, 9 appeals were filed for DWR's certification of the California Water Fix project. As a result, we've scheduled a public hearing on those appeals starting at 9 a.m. Wednesday, October 24th through Friday, October 26th to be held at the Ramada Inn in West Sacramento. That also means we will move our council meeting to Tuesday, October 23rd to discuss regular business beginning at 9 a.m., also at the Ramada Inn. As always, the council meeting will be webcast, and so will the hearing. We've scheduled 3 days for the hearing. The first 2 days are devoted to hearing from project proponents and appellants. We expect comments from the general public will begin no earlier than 9 a.m. on Friday, October 26th. The council may hold a workshop to receive comments on a draft determination regarding the appeals. If we do hold a workshop, we have reserved the following dates: November 15th, and if necessary, continuing on November 16th. So as a result, we've moved the council meeting with regular business to Wednesday, November 14th. For all information about the WaterFix certification and appeals, please go to deltacouncil.ca.gov/covered-actions. That can be accessed through our homepage, and our calendar is accessible on the homepage as well. In personnel announcements, I'm pleased to announce that Alice Lowe, formerly at California Fish and Wildlife and formerly retired, has joined us temporarily as a program manager, filling in for Lindsay Correa while she is on leave. Alice comes to us with a 30-year professional history with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, and the State Water Board. She has a master's degree in ecology from San Diego State and has experience ranging from FERC licensing, water rights, and Clean Water Act regulatory processes, as well as improving salmon habitat. So I'd like to welcome Alice Lowe. I think with that, I am going to, is there a legal update, Bethany? No? Okay, well then I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Stambrough for a brief legislative update. The last one for a while.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members.
Good morning.
With the legislature adjourning for the year at the end of August, September largely focused on bills that advanced to the governor. In terms of the council, late last week, Governor Brown signed both bills that the council supported this year. AB 2348 by Assemblymember Aguiar Curry, relating to the incentivizing of winter flooding of rice fields, and Assemblymember Frazier's AB 2441, which addresses the cleanup of commercial abandoned vessels in the Delta. One bill I'd also like to note, the governor also signed SB 1035 by Senator Hannah-Beth Jackson from Santa Barbara. This is a bill I discussed in a previous presentation. 1035 will require a city or county to now include relevant climate adaptation and resiliency strategies when updating the safety element portion of their general plans. The governor has until September 30th to sign any remaining bills before him. Moving on to Capitol Hill, where the Senate is preparing to act on the 2018 Water Infrastructure Act and send to the president, where he is expected to sign the bill into law. This is the main vehicle for authorizing projects to be studied, planned, and developed by the Army Corps. The measure, formerly known as the Water Resources Development Act, or WRDA, includes direction for the Army Corps to, among other things, expedite completion of Phase 2 of the Lower San Joaquin feasibility study, which includes a flood control improvement element for Reclamation District 17. As the council will recall, this particular project in the Lathrop area is aimed at improving area levees to a 200-year level of flood protection as required by state law under SB 5. In terms of process, completion of the second phase of a feasibility study is the main precursor to a project obtaining final congressional approval and subsequent funding to move forward. And then on a related note, last Friday, the President signed House Resolution 5895, an appropriations bill for several federal agencies, including the Bureau of Reclamation and the Army Corps. Included in the Bureau's portion of this legislation is $134 million for water storage projects authorized in the 2016 Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation Act, or the WIN Act. This is about 1/3 of the $335 million authorized in the 2016 WIN Act legislation. And this legislation, the WIN Act, also authorized the Secretary of Interior to fund up to 25% of a state-led storage project's cost. HR 5895 also included $20 million for water recycling, $12 million for desalination, and $35 million for the California Bay Delta Restoration Program. Additionally, $30 million were appropriated for restoration activities and scientific studies aimed at maximizing CVP water deliveries. These activities included the evaluation of current monitoring practices to inform operations of Shasta and related CVP facilities, methods to improve delta salvage systems, and restoration of rearing habitat in the Sacramento River to benefit Chinook, salmon, and steelhead trout. And then finally, earlier this month, Congresswoman Jackie Spear, who represents California's 14th Congressional District in the San Francisco Bay Area, reintroduced legislation that would establish a San Francisco Bay Program Office at EPA Region 9 and provide $25 million over 5 years for projects and programs that implement the San Francisco Estuary Blueprint. The bill is currently in the House Transportation and Infrastructure's Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee, awaiting markup. And Mr. Chair, with that, that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Ryan? Yes.
Mr. Chair, doesn't seem to be coming. Could I ask that when Ryan brings forward the ledge report, that if we've taken a position on some of the bills, if that could be noted in the report? If we have an opposed, neutral, or a support position?
Yes, you can ask that.
Will I get it?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
We'll include that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I'm curious, the $25 million for the Bay Blueprint, should we line up for money for the Delta plan?
Was that humor?
No, no.
That's a good question. In talking with the Congresswoman's office back in D.C., I think they are cautiously optimistic that the bill has the potential to generate some momentum. One thing that is a near-term or recent driver of this particular legislation is the release of the Government Accountability Office's report on restoration happening in the San Francisco Bay watershed, and one of the conclusions in that report was the fact that there is a great need for increased cooperation and coordination across the whole watershed. Obviously, I think the Delta has done a very good job, if I may say, in terms of what we lead through the DPIC, but in the office was hoping that the GAO report could serve as some momentum. So to your, maybe more directly to your question, Mr. Chair, it would be interesting to track this. Particularly, I think the appropriation is something that I would think might have a little bit more of a challenge moving forward rather than just the development of an office. But never say never. So
Okay, we'll follow it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ryan? All right, Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly preview the agenda today. This month, council staff are going to continue the ecosystem amendment discussion. We'll recap the August workshop and present a subset of draft Chapter 4 policies and recommendations. This is agenda item 9. If you're paying attention to the staff report, it's part 3 where we left off last month. Please note that because we are continuing last month's discussion, the staff report and the workbook for this agenda item are the same as was included in last month's packet. Also on the agenda, we have the reappointment of Dr. Steve Brandt. Dr. Callaway will ask the council to reappoint Dr. Stephen Brandt, who is currently serving as chair of the Delta Independent Science Board. And then finally, we'll have the final panel of the Data to Decision-Making Summer Series, in which council staff will discuss how approaching science collaboratively can improve support for decision-making in environmental management. And we're going to learn about an alternative model for informing policy through science in the form of how the state approaches ocean policy and ocean science. And that concludes my executive officer's report.
Thank you. Any questions of Jessica? Any requests for public comment? All right, then that completes file item number 5. File item number 6, lead scientist report, Dr. John Callaway. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and council members. I have a couple articles that I wanted to talk about with you this morning, as well as a couple other updates and the by the numbers report. Before I get into that, I wanted to mention that I'm not going to go into detail on the Bay Delta Science Conference, but just a couple weeks ago, on the 10th through the 12th, was the Bay Delta Science Conference. It was, I think, very successful. All the comments I've heard have been very positive. There were over 1,000 attendees, pretty similar to previous years, and many really high-quality presentations, both oral presentations and poster presentations, and a plenary that had a significant focus on social science issues, as well as science communication, so really a new aspect to the science conference. So I'll give you much more detail on that in October with a summary of some of the key presentations and key issues that came up at the science conference. So I want to talk first about 2 papers. The first paper I'm going to talk about is Fishery Collapse, Recovery, and the Cryptic Decline of Wild Salmon on a Major California River. This paper, so as it indicates in the title, it's looking at salmon up in the upper watershed, salmon on the Feather River, and looking at the relative importance of hatchery fish to wild run fish for the long-term survivorship of that population. And this paper was done by Malte Wilmness and colleagues at UC Davis, at National Marine Fisheries, and at DWR. And we picked this paper because of some really interesting findings and importance for salmon populations. After we picked it, I realized that Malte is one of our postdoc research fellows, a science fellow, received that award just last year. So actually not for this work, but for new work that he's doing. But he's definitely a new young star out there in the field. So you all know about the decline of salmon in the Central Valley, and this paper was, the motivation behind the paper was looking at, there was a significant decline in the salmon population in 2007 to 2009 that probably was driven primarily by lack of food in the ocean. And then there was a recovery in 2010 and 11 and 12, and the question that they wanted to look at was, what was the relative importance of wild fish versus hatchery fish in that recovery? And so they looked on the Feather River. They used the technology that we've talked about before, looking at otoliths, looking at the fish ear bones, and looking at the isotopic composition of a particular element in the ear bone that allows them to identify what river the fish has come from, and actually if they've come from a hatchery, they have a slightly different signal if they've come from hatchery populations and natural populations. Also, in looking at the otolith, they can identify when the fish has left freshwater and moved into the estuary. And that's one thing that's important. What's been shown is that the hatchery populations have lower genetic diversity and lower population response. And so they wanted to see if the hatchery fish were similar in when they moved out of the estuary and moved out of the freshwater system and moved into the estuary. So what they did was they looked at these fish from 2002 to 2010 to look at the composition of the population that was from hatcheries versus wild populations. And what they found was that prior to 2008 and 9, but somewhere between 55 and 67% of the population came from hatcheries. So more than half, but still a significant component was the wild population. Interestingly, in 2008, when the population had declined significantly, more of the population was what came from the wild, only 40% from the hatchery. On the other hand, in 2010, when the population recovered, 89% of the population came from the hatchery. And then in 2011 and 12, it also remained about 90% came from the hatchery. So the recovery, if you look just at the numbers, it looked as though the population had recovered pretty substantially, but what they identify is really it was subsidized almost entirely. 90% of that population came from the hatchery because they were still putting out more young fish, more juveniles throughout the period of the collapse. And that has significant implications for the population. One thing they found was that the wild fish leave on a wide range of dates over a much longer interval, whereas the hatchery fish are trucked out and dumped into the estuary and then move out into the ocean in one small pulse over one period. So they don't have as wide of a range of opportunities. People talk about hedging your bets and trying a range of different conditions. That the natural populations have a much wider range of genetic diversity and behavioral diversity so that they're more likely to survive future impacts. So even though the population recovered, it's like a bottleneck in terms of the genetics, and the future population may not have the opportunity to recover for other future impacts like droughts or other impacts. So that's the first paper. Questions on that paper?
Questions? Maria, and then Ken?
I know that this is complicated and multi-layer in terms of a response because it's a lot of science, but I was wondering, so everything that we do in a way has helped, but at the same time there's new things that came in that we didn't know about and we don't know and what the future things are, so that causes more damage right now, right? So if you were going to say what are possible measures, can you pinpoint a few?
Well, so they briefly identify some opportunities. So they identify really thinking about the genetic diversity of the hatchery population, so that to try that. So they're not saying we should stop the hatchery population, but they're saying we should try to manage it in a more measured way, so that there's a greater diversity amongst the hatchery population, and also rather than just putting the fish out in single pulses, put them out in a range of releases, so that similar to the native fish, they have a range of opportunities.
So the diversity is helping some of the species are more resilient, you would say?
Yes,
but we don't know which ones, or they do.
Exactly.
The
So
scientists
it's hard to predict which component of the population, because we don't know what changes are going to occur. But having a mix gives the population
really
that
like
opportunity. So they're trying to really make the hatchery community aware of this and think about how they could improve their management to have a more resilient hatchery population.
Trial and error, right? Like we don't know the end. We try things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adaptive management.
Yeah. I was
In
thinking
action.
of that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah, John, is this more, just to follow up on Maria's questioning, is this more like hatchery best management practices? But yeah, I'm kind of, two questions, and maybe I'll hold one of them for this afternoon, because, is salmon population survival and resiliency part of our definition of a functional ecosystem? And then, the little I've been around the science community, the issue of genetic diversity in the hatchery population is not new. So is this something, and the hatcheries are managed mostly, is it California Department of Fish and Wildlife or U.S. Fish and Wildlife, both? I mean, these are agencies that manage the hatcheries?
Yes.
Okay.
State and federal.
So is best management practices the right approach, or is this something we as a council should be looking at, since I think you said something significant that, hey, they recovered this time, but they're less likely to recover from the next very stressful situation, which, how do we double the population of salmon when you're identifying a key vulnerability?
Yeah, so I'd say, it's a multi-pronged approach. So, but hatchery management, best practices for the hatchery are definitely a significant component, as well as improving survivorship and improving food availability and other components that are going to affect the population. So but I would say it's one significant component.
So I'm just trying to bring this back to what the council can do and can't do, and this gets to the Delta Plan recommendations versus regulations, and if we've got agencies that are managing hatcheries, and I've been through this I've seen the evolution in water conservation from, hey, you should do this, to you've got to put some teeth in, you should do this, to you have to do this. So I'm trying to look at some of the things you're bringing forward and say, how do we deal with this? Is it a recommendation? Is it policy? Is it our regulation? And I don't know how that would work, but it sounds like this is a significant issue that affects something high on our list in terms of salmon survival.
Yeah, I don't know, I guess I would go with recommendation as the being currently where the
And that
system
may
is
be
at.
it. I just want to pose that question for everybody to think about, to take your, because we're so focused on, and I was at the science conference and it really was very helpful to me, but we're focused on what do we do with the science? And I think it's our obligation to kind of say, okay, well, what can we do with this? Where does this fit into our scope? And this, strong recommendation may be the way to go, and but I think we need to understand, are they responsive to that, or is this just still too ill-defined to actually do anything?
I can't say, not being a salmon hatchery expert, but I would say clearly, as you know, it is a long-term issue, and I think they were just trying to document the extent of it with this work, and clearly
Pretty
it is
extensive.
significant. It is significant.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So the thrust of the report is that as a percentage of the total, the wild fish population is declining.
Yes.
Okay, that's the takeaway. In support of trying to enhance the wild population, the Delta Plan calls for mark select fishery to encourage more returning wild salmon as opposed to having them harvested. It probably would be well, since we adopted that 5 years ago, to look into what progress has been made towards mark select fishery, because we knew then that it was working in the Northwest, but there was a resistance to employ that off the California coast. So.
Okay. That's a
Mr.
good
Chair,
suggestion.
what's mark select fishery?
That would require commercial fishermen, when they find a native
Adipose.
fish that is I think the adipose
The adipose
fin
fin is not clipped, so yeah, they clip one of the fins on the hatchery fish. Although right now only about 25% are clipped, so it would require complete marking.
Right. It would require an effort, but the idea was, when they netted wild fish, that they released them. So it wasn't a clean, controversial-free approach, but it was one effort that we found that we could employ as a recommendation.
To sustain the wild population.
Well, it sounds like that may be a losing battle, because the genetic pool of the wild population sounds like it's dominated by.
Well, so it's mostly that the component that's hatchery based has gone up significantly. So we do want to maintain that wild population. That's one of the major focuses. So reducing the impacts to that would increase their overall abundance relative to the.
So what was the stressor in 2008 and 2009 in the ocean?
Lack of food.
Just
so,
lack of
yeah.
food from.
I think water temperatures, shifting water temperatures.
Well, that stimulated a lot of conversation.
Good. Okay, so the second paper moves from fish to looking at fish food, and focuses, the title is Effects of Freshwater Flow and Phytoplankton Biomass on Growth, Reproduction, and Spatial Subsidies of the Estuarine Copepod Pseudodiaptomys forbesi. which the copepods are one of the key, this copepod in particular is one of the key food sources for Delta smelt. Interestingly, it's a non-native copepod. It was introduced in the late 80s. Even though it's non-native, it's one of the most abundant copepods in the freshwater and low salinity area of the estuary. And so the question here is, it's more abundant in the freshwater area of the estuary, but a significant food source in the low salinity area. And so the question is, what's driving this population dynamics between the freshwater area and the low salinity area? And is it different growth rates of the copepod or survival rates or other things? So this work was done by Wim Kimmer and his colleagues, including Karen Kafitz, who's here, was a student with Wim at San Francisco State and is now here at the science program. And they did their work looking at over 2010 to 2012, which 2010 and 12 were dry years, 2011 was a relatively wet year, and they were looking at abundances across this gradient from freshwater to low salinity areas down to about or up to about 5 parts per thousand salinity in the sort of into Sassoon Bay. And then they were looking at growth rates, reproductive rates, and overall abundances. What they found, I think what they thought might be happening was higher growth rates and higher reproductive rates with higher rates of freshwater inflow, that with greater inflow you would have higher growth rates in the low salinity areas. But what they found was that there really was not an effect of the flow on the growth rates or the reproductive rates. Instead, what was happening was the higher freshwater flow was just carrying, or what they hypothesize is that it was carrying the copepods from the freshwater areas where they're really abundant, probably 10 times as abundant, into the low salinity area. So it was sort of a subsidy of the population just physically moving the copepods. And part of the reason they hypothesize that part of the significant reason that the copepod population is so low in those low salinity areas is greater predation by another introduced copepod that's more abundant in that low salinity area and isn't really found in the freshwater areas, as well as predation by clams and higher filtration rates by the clams in the low salinity area by the introduced clams, Potamacorbula. So again, it shows the importance of freshwater flow, but sort of a secondary effect, similar to what we talked about with the submerged aquatic vegetation, where it's having an effect on fish, but more because it's creating opportunities for non-native fish rather than native fish. In this case, the flow is not so much driving immediate biological effects, but changing the opportunities and changing population by transporting individuals. So it certainly has implications for understanding food web dynamics for the Delta smelt and understanding where we might expect to see high populations and how we might try to manage for high populations of this copepod. Any questions on that article? Okay, so I'll move on. The last two items I wanted to talk about. First, in addition to the local conference here, 2 weeks before that was the National Conference on Ecosystem Restoration, which it was the 7th conference this national conference that's occurred on ecosystem restoration. Although it's on ecosystem restoration broadly, it really has a strong focus on coastal and estuarine restoration, with a large community from some of the significant coastal and estuarine restoration projects that you've heard about, like the Everglades, Chesapeake Bay, the Puget Sound, and our efforts in the Sacramento Delta, the Colorado River as well. There were about 400 participants at this conference. A number of us from the science conference went, including myself, Maggie, Darcy, Austin, Edmund Yu, as well as Jessica Law. And there was a full-scale, all-day plenary the first day of the meeting, focusing on restoration lessons for the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of Mexico has an enormous challenge recovering from the oil spill, from the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. They also have $16 billion that has from penalties associated with the oil spill that will go towards restoration. So there's a lot of interest to really think about how to use that money effectively to do a wide range of restoration within the Gulf. So the plenary was focused on what's being done in other areas that could be of a lesson for the Gulf of Mexico. And I want to point out and highlight that it was the whole format of it was inspired by the Science Enterprise workshop that occurred here a few years ago, and that Jessica Law and Ed and Mike Chakowski put together, and that was similarly getting input from outsiders on what kinds of things could be done here in the Delta. So for that all-day plenary, what I think was interesting was this real similarity of the challenges and the issues that we're all dealing with in these large-scale restorations, moving from understanding individual projects to understanding how do we evaluate the impacts of restoration on a regional scale, the importance of connecting the decision makers in the science community in an effective way, looking at using adaptive management, incorporating experimentation into our management so that we can learn as we go from the restorations that are occurring, really promoting restoration and highlighting the benefits of restoration. There was a talk from one of the leaders from the Walton Foundation about that we really need to do a better job selling and communicating about the benefits of restoration and showing that the human benefits of restoration, not just the ecosystem benefits. Mike Chakowski highlighted, I thought one comment he made was that restoration is a human enterprise. It's not just an ecosystem-focused effort, so we really need to think about those human aspects. So there was lots for all of us to take home from that. All of the staff that presented, actually Darcy put together a full session that focused on efforts within the Delta and the effort for the California Eco Restore effort and adaptive management around that. That included Campbell Ingram, Ramona Swenson, and Rosemary Hartman, giving an overview of some of the issues here. Maggie Chrisman presented about communication and the importance of communication and synthesis to decision making. Edmund gave an overview of the ISB and the importance of outside review to maintaining the integrity and value of science within the decision-making process. I presented on, Reiner had planned to go but was unable to go, and I presented on behalf of Reiner on some of the lessons around flow issues and establishing goals for flow in the Delta. And then Peter Goodwin, the former lead scientist, was also there and provided one of the plenaries that focused entirely on lessons from here in the Sacramento Delta. So even though he's now working in the Chesapeake, he highlighted many of the lessons and the important role that the Stewardship Council plays in the link between science and management. So overall, it was really an outstanding conference, and lots was to learn from that. The last thing I want to highlight is the joint proposal solicitation notice, or PSN, that came out just last week or 2 weeks ago on September 10th, the first day of the science conference. We coordinated it with that, and we were able to announce it at the science conference. So we have up to $12 million that will be provided for research within the Delta from California Department of Fish and Game, or Fish and Wildlife, our program, as well as the Bureau of Reclamation. And that the research will be focused primarily on the priority topic areas from the Science Action Agenda. So that Science Action Agenda really is playing an important role in setting the goals for the kinds of research that needs to be done here in the Delta. And we had a online workshop last week with very good participation, so we are excited and hoping that we'll receive a large number of proposals. Proposals are due October 26th at 4 p.m. And for anyone listening or here in the audience, I would encourage you to submit proposals, and there's links there in the report about where you can get additional information. Or if you go to the Science Program or the Stewardship Council webpage, there's links there to the call for proposals. Any questions on either of those items?
Questions of Dr. Callaway? No?
Yes, significant effort, enormous amount of effort has gone into planning it. And I should point out it's the first time multi-agencies have come together in that way to offer a joint proposal. So we're really trying to move towards one Delta, one science, and this is a significant step. Okay, I'm going to ask Nir Oxenberg to come up and present by the numbers.
Good morning, Nir.
Good morning. Good morning, council members. I'm happy to be here filling in for Amanda this month. Let's take a look at some highlights from the numbers. There's been no change in precipitation this month, but perhaps next month with the start of the new water year, we'll have something to report. This is the third month we've reported water temperatures. And again, water temperatures are the same or slightly lower than the averages for the last 7 to 10 years. Moving along to reservoir storage. The Shasta Reservoir is slightly under the average for this time of year, while the San Luis is at 117% of its average. Orville continues to be lower than average. The flow of the Sacramento River is a little above average for this time of year, similar to last month. The San Joaquin River flow remains considerably below average for this time of year. However, flows are not as low as they were last month, when they were just at 31% of average, compared to 48% this month. This month, for the water projects, we saw slightly above average diversions, not too different from what we saw last month. While salinity values remain similar to last month in the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, salinity values at Banks Pumping Plant went up from last month when it was at 287 microsiemens per centimeter. However, salinity values are not considered abnormal here. Today we will look at some striped bass numbers. The Delta has an interesting relationship with striped bass. This fish was introduced to California from its native East Coast range in 1879 and began to thrive here. They are known as voracious feeders, to the detriment of some native fish species. At the same time, they also prey on invasive fish, which might otherwise go unchecked. They're also very fecund, meaning they produce many offspring. In fact, one female is capable of producing over 1 million eggs in one season. Striped bass, or stripers as they are often called by anglers, are a prized sport fish in California. Actually, a striped bass was the first fish I ever caught. It was also the only fish I ever caught. I'm actually curious who here on the council and the audience has ever enjoyed a day out fishing in the Delta and has caught a striped bass. Anybody? Just me? Okay. Well,
I've caught clams before when I was salmon fishing.
So striped bass, they bring a lot of people and money to the Delta, and by some estimates, striped bass bring millions of dollars each year to local businesses. The Striped Bass Index is determined based on the Summer Townet Survey, coordinated by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The index is an indicator of how prevalent the species is. By using an index rather than total fish numbers, scientists can more accurately compare relative population sizes between different years. In 2018, the index was 1. You could maybe see at the very right side of the chart there. This means that striped bass numbers were comparatively low. Low numbers have been recorded since the 90s compared to the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions of Nir?
I have one. On the averages that you calculate, the average is calculated over what period of time?
1 month.
No. When you say 64% of average,
Oh, I'm sorry. It depends for which one.
let's say reservoir storage.
So that is over a long-term average. So
Like 10 years, 8 years?
10 to 20
10.
years, yeah.
10 or 20?
Yeah, the flow rates are compared to 20.
Yeah.
I see. But storage is 10.
I believe 20 years.
20? All of it. Yeah.
20 years.
Tricky, okay.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking is because, like, when we have a drastic change in a 10-year period, does the 20-year average still hold, or methodologically we should do smaller average or larger? That's what I'm asking, scientifically, as a methodology.
I think it's most useful to look at a longer
Longer term?
average, given the high variability that we have
Yeah.
year to year. But if there is a significant change in the system,
Yeah.
over a long term, then it would be worth adjusting. But I think 20 years is probably a
20.
reasonable
Great, thank
time.
you. I appreciate it.
Anything else? Yes.
So do we need to worry about striped bass?
Not necessarily, it depends. As you can see, the numbers are, while the index is one, that has been pretty consistent over since the 90s. And there are still people out there fishing striped bass and catching them, including me, kind of.
So what, I mean, specific stressors reducing the population, or is it just the, consecutive years of drought, or fishermen are getting better? If you're catching one, then
It could be a combo of that. Also, with their habitat range might be changing, and while this townet might not necessarily be capturing their new habitat range given changing conditions.
on the temperature, saying we were below average, is that conducive conditions for the fall run salmon, or would we expect to see some kind of increase in the numbers because we've got?
I think the temperatures within the delta for the salmon are not so significant because they're moving through relatively quickly, but certainly lower temperatures would be less stressful.
Okay. So,
And we are close to average or just slightly below average, so.
which is better than above average or high?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Near, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck on your next fishing trip. You're on the street.
Great, that concludes the lead scientist report.
John, thank you. Any requests for public comment on this matter? All right, that concludes file item number 6. On to file item number 7, which is an action item.
Great, so this item is nomination of Steve Brandt to continue his role on the Delta Independent Science Board. And I want to highlight, there's some information there in your binder about Steve's contributions and Steve's history, as well as a link to his CV. I think his over 80 page, I forget how many pages his CV is, but it was.
Would you like a motion, Mr. Chair? Move to approve the staff recommendation on Dr. Brandt.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the matter? I would speak in support of the motion because I think Dr. Brandt has been a very effective member of the Independent Science Board, and as the chair, he's been a delight to work with.
Yeah, he's been exceptional as the chair and has really contributed. And many of you have met him, and he's really been a great leader. And I'm sure will be effective for another 5 years on the board. So I highly recommend him.
Great. Ready to vote?
Mr. Chair, public comment.
Any public comment on the motion before us? Thank
Sorry.
you, Counselor. I had it. I had right here, public comment before vote. I'll check that off as completed. Okay, we are now ready for the vote.
Weinberg, aye.
Marani and I.
Fiorini, aye.
Tatai and I.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Great.
All right, that completes file item number 7, including a request for public comment. On to file item number 8, data to decision-making science governance.
Reiner, is everyone present, or do we need to take a break? Okay, great.
I guess we can. We can squeeze 5 in.
It's a fine-looking group you've gathered together. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm Rainer Honicke, and I have the pleasure to introduce our final data to decision-making information item in our summer series, and it focuses on science governance. In this final panel in the series, the council will hear and hopefully participate in a discussion regarding science governance. In order to explore and better understand, the panel will discuss the concept of science governance, how the Delta Science Program and the Delta Stewardship Council's approach involves science governance, and how common or how many commonalities there are and how many differences there are between the Ocean Protection Council and the California Ocean Science Trust with regard to implementing science governance for the California coast versus what the council, the Delta Stewardship Council and the science program do in regard to the Delta and Suisun Marsh. Today's panel is intended to provide an overview from multiple perspectives. Not only will the panelists discuss the Delta Science Program and how it works with the Delta Stewardship Council in support of collaborative science governance, but also the current thinking about science governance as a whole. And we have the pleasure of having Dr. Mark Lubell here again. You may recall you were here last in January, right? And Mark is an expert about governance networks, so he will be able to weigh in after our own lead scientist provides sort of a general overview of how the council and the science program interact with each other. And then the panel will also present you will hear the other panelists with regard to how the Ocean Protection Council interacts with the Ocean Science Trust in order to provide relevant and usable information for coastal and near coastal and ocean management. So let me introduce our panels to you. John Callaway will go first. Dr. Mark Lubell is a professor of environmental science and policy and the director of the Center for Environmental Policy and Behavior at UC Davis. Deborah Halberstadt is the Deputy Secretary for Ocean and Coastal Matters and also serves as Executive Director of the Ocean Protection Council. Dr. Liz Whiteman is now relatively new, like since May, the new Executive Director for the Ocean Science Trust. And I'm really pleased to have them here, and welcome to all of you. John, if you don't mind kicking this discussion off with your thoughts, and then we will follow up with Mark. And I think you have a presentation, right? Some slides.
Great. So I'm going to give you a brief introduction to governance issues here for the Science Program and the Stewardship Council. And as Rainer had said, when we think about governance, really how we organize ourselves, how do we make sure that when we think about science governance, it's how are we effectively identifying the science issues that are important and need to be addressed, and then, as this whole series of panels has discussed, how do we take that science and ensure that it's being used in an effective and useful way for decision making. So I'm going to give a brief overview that I think most of the council members will all know about, so it's as much for the panelists and for others to think about how we're organized here within the council and the science program. So on the slide here, you can see that the science program is a part of the Stewardship Council and was set up specifically in that way to be a part of the Stewardship Council. And inherently, there's some tension between the science program being independent and being an independent body within the Stewardship Council. I think that's healthy tension, but it's something that we need to be mindful of. And I think it's also important to identify that the council is very aware of this and very recognizes the value of an independent science program. That if the science program is going to be credible and be able to identify the critical issues regardless of policy implications, there needs to be independence. In order to ensure that independence, two important things to identify on this slide here are on the left-hand side. So my role as the Delta lead scientist was set up particularly sort of outside of this whole framework. So I'm the only federal employee within the Stewardship Council. I have an unusual position, I always say, where I work for a private university paid for by a federal institution to work for a state agency. But it was set up, that the lead scientist position was set up specifically and supported through USGS. And when I interviewed for the job and spoke with Mark Sogi, who's my boss at USGS, we talked a lot about why USGS was committed to maintaining that position for the lead scientist, so that there was independence for the lead scientist to identify any kind of critical issues regardless of the policy implications.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just following up on Dr. Callaway's comments about the independent role of the science. From my world, being a local elected official representing the Delta, your independence is critical, because we've often heard that, let me put it bluntly, the fix is in, the science is, and so your independence, your recommendations, your suggestions are certainly paramount to making sure that this body is seen as an independent body as well. So I appreciate what you do and your independence.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, and I appreciate it. I think throughout the council and the staff, there's strong recognition of that, as I've said. So I think the awareness of that is clearly there and valued. And then separately, the Independent Science Board was also set up as an outside review body, an outside group of experts to provide some additional evaluation and oversight of how science is used, both within our relationship of the science program and the Stewardship Council, as well as the broader science community within the Delta. So next slide. So I put this up just to highlight for the science program. Our mission really is to provide the best possible unbiased scientific information to water and environmental decision-making in the Bay Delta system. So we're really, our role there is to provide that science regardless of the policy implications, to really identify what science information comes to bear on these important decisions. And I won't go through all of the objectives, but really the science program facilitates and supports science through our support for competitive research grants, through supporting the science conference, and a broad range of other activities. Adaptive management, communication of science are all important roles that we play to ensure that science has this role in decision making. And it's important to note that the science program both works with the council to address those issues of science that are of concern for the council, but also, just as importantly, works with the broad range of scientists and decision-making and other agencies within the Delta community. So we interact significantly across that wide range of communities. But so thinking about this, one question to think about is, within the science program and the Stewardship Council, what is the best structure to facilitate this, the use of science and this data to decision-making process that we've been talking about? And we'll hear from the Ocean Protection Council and the Science Trust about how their relationship has been set up. We've heard recommendations about a JPA as a potential structure. So there's many different ways that this could be set up. And one thing we want to think about is that particular relationship, what ensures a high level of communication and a link between science and decision making, but allows for support for science and independent for science. And then separate from that, there's the broader science community. So this figure, this is a network diagram that was developed by Matteo Robbins that I think we've shown before, and that is a part of the update to the science plan. Matteo is a Sea Grant postdoctoral fellow here at the science program and was a PhD student with Mark, has worked significantly on this idea of network analysis and how to understand how organizations work together. And so this diagram shows you the black dots are the collaborative institutions within the Delta science and management community, organizations like DPIC, the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, organizations like the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program, the IEP, the modeling community. So there's 12 different organizations that are identified there, and then all the others are those who participate in those collaborative institutions. And you can see it's definitely a spider web. It's really a enormous overlap amongst those different participants and communities. And so the other question is to think about, is this broad community, is there anything we can do to organize the broad community in a more effective way to ensure that science is used in a valuable way for decision making? And this shows all of the organizations, state, federal, private, that are involved in any of those. To make it a little bit easier to interpret, this graph shows you, or this diagram shows you that same network, but if you take away all of the organizations that are only involved in one single collaborative group, which are a large percentage, this shows those that are involved in multiple ones. It still shows a large amount of overlap. I think some overlap is real. Redundancy is a good thing in many ways, but again, what we do want to think about, what we do want to think about is there a way we can more effectively organize ourselves across the broad community? And so those are the things I wanted to set up, and I'll turn it over to Mark, unless there's some questions.
Any questions of John?
Just never get all these people in the same room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I have one.
Susan?
Is there a secret decoder somewhere to the acronyms and abbreviations?
Yes, there is a secret decoder, and I believe it is in your binder.
Okay, thank you.
As one of the attachments. And if it isn't in your binder, we'd be happy to open it
Okay,
for you.
thank you.
That identifies all of those acronyms.
Well, since
We'll have a trivia at lunch, prizes.
since we're talking about the decoder, one thing that would be helpful is to add another column and put an individual or a partner's names that are responsible for those, because it's good listing the organizations, but there generally is somebody in charge, and it would be good to have that listed as well. So, is Mark
All
up
right,
next?
we will pass on the baton to Dr. Lubell.
So I had a couple slides. Not sure exactly how to get them up here.
Looks like Southwest's route map.
Who's the?
The next slideshow.
Okay, that's the correct one. All right. Well, thanks to you all for having me visit with you again. I really appreciate your attention to governance issues and integrating social science into the discussion here, including from people like myself who bring a broader perspective than just the economics perspective, which is important, but not the only perspective to deal with. So it's been interesting to me over the last year and a half or so when we've been interacting, and I've been talking to people also in the Bay Area around sea level rise, that people have asked the question about what is governance, and so there's a few thoughts on the academic perspective on that to give you some perspective on it, I suppose. And it's the proverbial elephant, even in academics, which that there's many perspectives, and you have to kind of take all of the perspectives into account to really think about it holistically. So one way to think of it is about the set of rules that govern how people will make collective decisions, like what is the jurisdiction of the Delta Stewardship Council, what's the link between the Independent Science Board and the council, and things like that. Another way to think about it is how you govern the network, so network governance, and thinking about that sciencescape that was just shown, and how to integrate and get all the actors there linked together and coordinated, and who knows who in those things and who does what. Another way to think about it is collaborative governance, in terms of figuring out how to get people to work together and collaborate across that network, and actually do something that's good for the whole of the system rather than the individual parts. And then adaptive governance is the idea that you're trying to look at how the system is capable of changing over time, learning new information, dealing with shocks to the system, but remaining resilient in the face of those shocks, and paying attention a lot to the temporal part. So those are all perspectives, and I guess one of the important things for me there is that those perspectives on governance are not specifically about science governance, right? Those are perspectives on governance for anything. We could be talking about health policy, education policy, environmental governance, governing how Norwegian handball is played. I mean, that's literally some Norwegian handball sports talent people use some of my research. It's my favorite example. Applying it to governance in general, we know it's going to be messy, and this is the diagram again of the sciencescape, and there's Matteo there who provided that diagram, and he's working on a report about right now investigating more qualitatively what's going on in the sciencescape and what some of the challenges are. So I think everybody should be looking forward to that report. I'm working with him, in conversation with him as he's doing that, so we can discuss what's in there. And then there's a quote from Phil Eisenberg, who I think most of you probably know who he is, as far as a response to a paper that we wrote about this that says, it's always a mess, let's figure out how to manage a messy situation. I couldn't agree with that more. There's some benefits and costs to this mess, and the question for science governance is really how to get the most out of the mess without trying to unify it into some single kingmaker science program, which I don't think is probably the right way to go. There's some value to having this decentralized system. What goes on in this system is that the knowledge is distributed across lots of different nodes, lots of different actors, lots of different forums. They're paying attention to different parts of Delta and California water, and even more globally what's going on. And that distributed knowledge has innovation is occurring within that. So how to maximize and integrate that without losing the flexibility and capacity of the system to change and be flexible over time is a key thing.
This is, this is really amazing, because I'm right now working on, in LA County, they're trying to pass a measure, it's called Safe and Clean Water, which taxes the properties for their impermeable space and then surfaces, and then builds stormwater capture facilities. And if this measure passes, they're going to raise like $300 million a year. And there's this whole idea of who's going to govern the $300 million, because they have to start producing or planning the stormwater capture facilities. They're huge infrastructure facilities. And then you have the city, the county, the smaller cities, in who's technically in charge, and then you have the political offices, you have the council districts and the mayor's office and the county supervisors, and this is such a huge issue right now of discussion for us, and all the agencies are coming together to understand what is the governance structure, and is there at the end a king that at the end says, technically I know how to build this, so you can bring me the project, you can tell me what's good, but I'm going to be the one who's realizing it, so I have to be the king. So this is, it just came up because it's the past 2 weeks that I'm dealing with this governance issue, and I appreciate what you did, very helpful.
Well, I will say that those two issues are ubiquitous in every single system that you look at. There's no system in the world that's not messy in some fashion like this. Actually, in my view, democracies produce this mess in even higher rate than
That's
other
true.
systems, and that's actually a benefit
That's
because
true.
there's a lot of opportunities for people to participate, come up with their own ideas, and that's one of the huge benefits of a democratic system because there's that creativity as a society is possible. And that's not something you want to lose.
I think the challenge is at the end, it has to get done, and who will make it happen is important because it requires the technical knowledge, the know-how, and the ability to perform and build and,
Yeah.
operate and maintain something.
Right, in San
So-
Francisco, they're going through the same thing with
Yeah.
about major AA and how to spend that money around restoration projects. And so it's a...
Thank you, anyways. Thank you for,
Okay, so another important principle in all of these ideas or these systems is the idea of boundary spanning. So there's what the Independent Science Board is doing, and a lot of these science to policy forums are doing is trying to span the boundaries but between science and policy. And the idea of boundary spanning is there's a guy named David Gustin who's done my favorite work on this, and so this is my adaptation of his work to a program we had at UC Davis. Some of you may know about the Climate Change and Water and Society Graduate Training Program. And the key thing for boundary spanning is that you have these idea of boundary objects, which are kind of the like a model or a scientific report that is capable of communicating to the goals of the scientists and the policymakers, right? Something they jointly produce that makes sense to both of them. And but you also have to and those are the things that are so useful to decision makers and are often input into decision making. But in order to produce those, you have to have participation incentives on both sides, right? That people have to have reasons to come together in the context of these forums and work across these boundaries, and that you have to have accountability to both sides. So it's got to be a two-way street when you're crossing these boundaries. And you see this a lot when you have science to policy issues where you're, from my side as a scientist, the policymakers are asking people to do things really quickly, with not a lot of money and that sort of thing. But we have incentives that we're facing as scientists that want us to move slower. We have costs that we have to incur and stuff like that. So there's just that sort of conflict is a key issue, and it's not just between science and policy, but between two different agencies or between environmental groups and environmental interests and development interests. All these different boundaries that need to be spanned in these systems. So here's what I think some of the goals are. Science governance, identify the best available science. I have that in quotes because that's really kind of the legal standard that I think everybody tries to aim for, because when we're talking about environmental documents like EISs and EIRs and whether or not they're going to be litigated according to this or that, most of the laws require best available science. And so how do we make sure that that is available to decision makers to be integrated into decision making? How do you get consensus about what is real out there? How bad are the striped bass problems, and what's causing them? What's the salinity issue? What do we know about the system that we can agree on, and where the disagreements are too, where we need to aim for getting it? Delivering scientific knowledge to the right people at the right place at the right time. The decision making is distributed. It's customized often to place exactly what needs to be. Then the timing is crucial. I think this is a big issue between science and policy, getting the timing right, because policymakers often want stuff right now and they need it now. The legislative session is happening next, but the scientists are like, whoa, we need more data, that sort of thing. And how to manage that is one of the big challenges.
You realize we got elections that are happening.
Yes, sir. I absolutely realize that, waiting for our 99th percentile confidence interval to be achieved is a difficult thing, even in the very long term. So there's always scientific uncertainty in how to make decisions in the face of that remain credible to the public and other stakeholders is a crucial issue that science governance needs to try to help deal with. Funding scientific research is obviously a big deal, and keeping it going, because you need, especially in a system like the Delta, is extremely dynamic, right? We have these changes happening over decades of times. If we're not studying them for a long time period, we're not going to really be able to give any good solid attribution about what is going on there. So we've got little fragments of observations of the natural system and the social system fragmented over time. Then what are really the dynamics? And we're trying to set up an adaptive system here that can last centuries, right? Not just the next 10 years, but how do we establish something that's going to last well beyond us to serve California and the world? How do you make sure that the system can innovate? It's not like we're sitting here with a piece of science or a set of problems that's static. There's scientific uncertainty, there's new ideas, new methods, new theories, new problems come on board. If you don't have systems capable of dealing with those adaptively, then we're not going to be able, the system's not going to be able to change in the right way over time. Translating the science into policy terms, most of you probably don't care a whole heck of a lot about what's under the hood of a statistical model or a really detailed computational model, but you want to understand the bottom line policy implications of that model and trust that the scientists that are delivering that information are doing the right thing and doing it in an even-handed manner. Integrating across that network, so when you have lots of different types of knowledge being developed across that network, how do you bring it together in a useful manner? Maintaining legitimacy and independence, as was spoken about before, those are all, to me, all really important goals that science governance. So what I'm trying to get at there is that governance is a term writ large, but when applied to science, these are kind of what you're trying to aim for. Get governance to try to get to these goals, I think, are the best, or at least my starting list of goals that we ought to be looking for. I mean, that's not I wouldn't say that, everybody would agree with these goals, or you probably have others in mind, or maybe we could simplify them. Best would be to get fewer goals so it's easier. But anyways, those are my thoughts on that. And then when you look at things like the JPA proposal, the Joint Powers Authority, what are the marginal benefits of that Joint Powers Authority with respect to that goal? And when I say marginal benefits, it's not like you're going to be sitting there taking the JPA, and the JPA is going to be the king of that sciencescape. The JPA will become a piece of that sciencescape. And as a piece of that sciencescape, is it going to provide marginal benefits that are help achieve those goals? From the blog, no single state agency has authority or capacity to guide the implementation of the ecosystem management actions. We know that's true. We know it from the thing, but let's put a JPA in. I would argue that you have to also apply that same exact statement to the JPA. No single JPA or science body is really going to have the authority to govern all of it, and probably should not, in my opinion.
Dr. LaBelle,
yes,
sorry
sir.
to interrupt, but you
Yes,
might want
ma'am,
to,
sorry.
I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the blog and who
Yeah.
wrote it and what the proposal was. You might want to.
Yeah, so the proposal is to create a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, which my understanding needs some sort of legislative authorization eventually, or at least there's a legislative process that's out there to set it up. And that Joint Powers Authority, apparently, this is my understanding of it, somebody can help fill in the details, would be to, I guess, get the state agencies who have a stake in the science to provide a more a institution that allows them to share decision making, and I think the most important thing is have a more sustainable flow of funding that integrates across their different science plans. So, and then specifically to support the water quality control plan updates, which is maybe my primary worry about this, which is the water quality control plan is not the only game in town with regard to the Delta. There's lots of different things, and having the science be narrowly, I mean, that's definitely important and a crucial issue happening right now, but having the science be narrowly targeted of a JP being narrowly targeted around that misses, to me, a lot of the other really important pieces, not just about the Delta, but how the Delta also links to the rest of the state. So there's, you would kind of create a container of science and highlight that and possibly lose out on what's going on with the rest of the sciencescape out
Does
there.
the Delta have a specific water quality plan, or it's common with the rest?
Well, my view, I mean, there's the update of the water quality control plan, which is under the Water Resources Control Board's purview,
Yeah.
which is what I think that they're referring to there. But then there's the Delta plan of the.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying the plan for the Delta is the similar in terms of TMDLs and all that that it is for the other water bodies, or it's more specific?
Yeah, well, I mean, my understanding is that with what the water quality control plan
Specific.
is basically an update of the basin plan under the auspices of the Clean Water Act and the 1969 Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act. And every designated water body in the state should have one of those water quality control plans that supports the designated beneficial uses
Being
of that
specific
water body.
to that water body?
Yeah.
But then the plan that you just talked about, Port of Cologne and all that's not updated for a very long time.
Port of Cologne's the overall
Right.
state law, so
Right.
that's permanent as far as I know.
Yep.
I may elaborate a little bit on this one. The Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan is actually the basin plan that the State Water Board produces that's complementary to the Region 5 Central Valley Water Quality Control Plan.
That's what I'm asking.
Right.
Exactly.
And the reason for that is because there are two different regional boards involved, and then it goes to the state board. It's just a procedural thing.
Okay,
that
that's what, because I knew
multiple
there was this.
regions get done by the state board.
Got it, yeah.
And it includes also water rights.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the explanation.
Okay, so if all the science goes to the JPA, another worry that I have is that it might be a little too inflexible, right? Kind of, there's not room on the edges for different ideas, and that the power will be kind of concentrated among those people who are kind of in the science club around the Delta, rather than having it a little bit more distributed across just for the flexibility of the system. So there's a bit of a trade-off in those 2 points. However, the money part I think is definitely useful. I think having the idea that there's some more sustained pre-commitment to integrating some of the money, I think is the more useful side of the thing. So now I'm kind of, there's parts of it I like, parts of it I don't like, but I definitely don't think that the JPA should be looked at as like the magic bullet that's going to solve all this. It may be beneficial, but it's not going to be the magic bullet. I mean, one way to think of it is you go back to the science scape, the network here. It's like, let's take a JPA and integrate, have it be a memorandum of understanding between different agencies. Well, where are you going to draw the circle in the science scape to do that? Which of these circles are you going to choose where these are ostensibly have some relationships between each other because they're closely linked in the network diagram? You could kind of draw a circle anywhere and think about integrating in the context of a JPA the functions and or agencies that are involved. Which one are you going to choose there to maximize the benefits of a new forum of the JPA that would integrate? Or if you even want to think of it more narrowly, which ones would you select to be part of the JPA that would most closely support bringing the best available science to the narrow confines of updating the water quality control plan. It's not obvious from there exactly which ones you would choose. So that's all I have to say.
No, this is really interesting because it's an issue we've been talking and struggling about, and maybe my question's kind of on the simpler side is, what is the driver behind the JPA? Is it to manage the flow of information or the funding, prioritization of funding? Because and this is something we've sort of worked our way through, and I look at this, the decision makers sort of line up as US EPA, State Water Board, NIMS, Fish and Wildlife Service, I'll throw in CDFW, and it's a very permit-driven process, and the JPA, is managing the science, and how, it's sort of, how do you, all these processes are feeding into the decisions of very few, and I sort of looked at it, the more I understood this, it became more of a collaborative process to try and get them information that they could use, which sometimes they don't use because there's risk involved in this. So what, by taking this diffused system and having some central authority, besides money is power, and you can sort of at least you can prioritize funding and get people to, sort of work together if they're going to get the funding. What else do you get out of that, overlay here?
Well, I mean, I think that the thought behind that JPA is, let's say you pick one of those circles, is that you would get those agencies more consistently in the room together, kind of agreeing with each other. If you imagine each of those black squares as a place where science is being produced and governed right now, would it be more efficient to produce and govern that science by bringing those black squares together, essentially, and targeting the science, centralizing it more, and funding it more consistently? That's kind of the idea. And I will say it's a very common reaction to when you look at these messes, to try to say we are going to put one person in charge and we're just everybody else is going to be, bow to the king of science there. And there is benefits to integration, but there's also costs to it. And the right ways, for me, the right way of thinking about it is what's the right way to balance that, right? If it's, you could keep the system like this. What you got to say, what if you keep the system like this? And maybe this map is enough, right? It's kind of like you're going to a market in Europe and you want to know where like the best, the best fish is. You got a map and you kind of know where to go shopping now. And that alone gives you, and you want to assemble the meal. Maybe the meal needs to be different for different people for different decisions. Well, now you got a nice map here, but are we going to take everything and all the different counters in the market? You guys have been to like Barcelona, the big market there is incredible, but it's really hard to find everything. But if you kind of like put it all in one place, it kind of loses that diversity. That's also important for the benefits of the system. So it's just not, for me, it's never a clear winner that you just integrate and centralize, and that's always the thing that people leap to first, but it's not to me just the.
So where should you leap to?
Yeah, I knew that question was coming. I mean, it's worth considering. It's worth considering all these other models. If you're going to do a JPA, think about different pieces and different models of it. Which of these circles would you? These circles here. Were like throwing a dart at a dartboard. There's no sense to them beyond just illustration purposes. But I wish I had that answer. We're working on that, trying to figure out. I just had this question: you go to these network diagrams, and what's the best practice that you get out of this, or what's the top 2 target recommendations that you get out from the analysis of this? The science, our social science, is not there yet. We're still trying to convince people that these messes are worth looking at, and then talking to people like yourselves and interacting with people like yourselves to hear how you navigate the mess. And that's the back and forth between the social science and the policymakers. That for me is where I'm at, because you guys live this every day. So if I can get the feedback and start thinking about it this way, then eventually I think we hope to get science to a place that we can look at these and have more specific recommendations right off the bat.
And I think this is a good segue, because Deborah and Liz will be able to give you an overview of a different model that has also benefits as well as some challenges associated with it. And then maybe we can circle back again and and answer some of the questions that Marky has put out there. So I suggest maybe that Deborah share with you next how.
You can suggest that, but Susan and Skip have asked to engage.
Sorry.
That was a good suggestion.
Thank you very much for these diagrams and being here today with us. You've really caused me to think a lot about my experience in 30 years of water management. I have a question that maybe if it can't be answered today, can answer later. One of the things I've noticed from the policymaker standpoint is that we often look for consensus from the scientists. And there's combat science out there, and as you said, kingmakers and money has power, etc. The difficulty I've struggled with is to what degree of consensus should I strive when I'm listening to all the scientists and they're disagreeing, but they're all experts, and depending on the issue, for example, if it's health and water quality that's influencing the health of a community versus endangered species on the brink of extinction, I don't have in my mind the scientific degrees of consensus that I should be searching for in this decision about a policy that is supposed to be based on best available science. Do you have a recommendation on degrees of consensus that I should heed in decision making?
Well, I guess one thing I feel fairly comfortable saying is that you should not expect to wait for 100% consensus in order to make a decision, because I think that's very rare for it to occur, even among scientists that are not engaged in combat science. In other words, people who are doing the science because they legitimately have different views. They're legitimately seeking to understand the policy issue, or in the causal processes driving it, but they don't. The methodology or whatever, the knowledge is not mature enough for 100% consensus. So you should never wait for 100%, because that's, I think, a bit of a fantasy, even in the most, some of the most agreed upon things. There's still some dissent, with the exception of a few facts out there about science, things like gravity, for example. But in environmental governance, very rare. So, but after that, it's really, I think, up to each individual to be comfortable with what degree of uncertainty they're going to accept. I really do not believe that anybody has come up with a magic number there that says if 75% of the scientists agree and there's 25% uncertainty, let's say, then let's make the decision there. It has something to do with a risk assessment. So if there's 25% uncertainty and the stakes are massive, like, we're not quite sure if the world's going to fall off the cliff and that's it, right? Then maybe we should strive. But then again, the timing. So there's a lot of variables that come into that. And yeah, I'm usually, if 3 out of 4 scientists are saying something is occurring, for me, I'm starting to feel pretty comfortable that we're in a range where, I'm willing to stand on some decisions. But that's just me. There's other people who are going to disagree with that.
Not to put words in Dr. Callaway's mouth, but he would probably put in a pitch for adaptive management, right? I mean, that's why the Delta Reform Act and the Delta Plan are so heavily built on this concept of adaptive management, because you're not going to start from a point of perfect knowledge. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty, but you have to set goals and articulate, what your triggers are to adapt so that you can meet your goals once you get additional information. So.
Agreed.
And I was going to say, our chair would love 100% on all his votes, but there's some uncertainty with many of our votes.
I don't care about 100%, I just want to win.
Oh, you have been, let me assure you. You're talking about science, and I think the term you use, if you're in the club, there's another club. It's a political arena, and that's this body right here. 4 members are appointed by the governor, 1 by the Senate, the Assembly, and then I represent the Delta Protection Commission by virtue of being the chair. And there have been 3 people before me. And we all have different approaches, different levels of knowledge. But I think what it really boils down to, and when I came on this council, I was given a lot of advice about trust and don't trust and verify. I can tell you that my experience has been a very good one. I think staff has been great, and my colleagues, even though we may disagree on occasion, We've always agreed to disagree. But I think the point I'm trying to make is that whether you agree or disagree on an issue, be it here or any other body, there has to be this level of respect and respecting the opinion of that other person or persons. When I first came on, Randy and I had a chat, and I said, I may be in the minority on many of my positions, but I have a voice, and it ought to be respected. And I think Randy and I have agreed to disagree on many issues, but overall, I've been very happy with his chair and also with my colleagues. I know I'm digressing a bit, but I think it's important to know that there are different clubs, and the club that I work in is a political one, and we need to recognize that maybe the minority voice has a position, may be a good one. Hopefully I can change the thoughts of some of my colleagues and get them to come along with me. But I haven't been successful, but I think I've at least made folks think about my position, because my position as virtue, again, as chair of the Delta Protection Commission, is I represent the folks that are immediately impacted by decisions that this body makes or will be making. So anyway, thank you.
I just want to make a comment on this. I mean, I think in my experience, I constantly deal with this issue of there's the clubs, as you said, and then the two big the divisions is like the political club and the science club. And a lot of times, leave alone that the political club is not one homogeneous thing, but for me, the struggle is always like scientifically, we do all this analysis and we get to a point, but then there's a point where the political club weighs in, and the decisions that come out of it is not necessarily the best scientific decisions. And it's a dilemma for a professional, a scientist, an urban planner, a person who worked crunching the numbers and coming up with the best solutions, yet at the end, something totally different happens. And it's just, it's something that I deal with my career for many, many years, and I don't know the answer. And I'm just searching in this discussion if anybody else in the room knows the answer.
Is that sausage making? Yes.
It is sausage making. And it's not always good sausage what comes out.
So Reiner, moving forward with the next two presenters, I think one thing, and either Liz or Deborah can maybe illuminate this, we need to better understand the relationship between the Ocean Protection Council and the Ocean Science Trust. And if that's part of that's great. But to help us apply what you're going to teach us to how to better govern the work that we do, we need to understand pretty clearly the interaction that takes place between the two organizations.
That was an excellent segue. Thank you. I am Deborah Halberstadt. I'm the Executive Director of the California Ocean Protection Council. I'm also Deputy Secretary of California Natural Resources Agency for Ocean and Coastal Matters. And I'm so pleased to be here, first of all, because I think this is just a fascinating discussion, and I have already learned nuggets that I plan to take back with me and that Liz and I can continue to talk about. And also because substantively, I think that there's a great partnership between the OPC and the Delta Stewardship Council that we can start to develop here, and particularly on issues like sea level rise, where the Delta communities, I think, are particularly affected and may not even realize how much they're going to be affected by this. And so it's an issue that we've been working on at the Ocean Protection Council, and I know the Delta Stewardship Council has been working on it and utilizing the guidance that Liz and my office put together. And so this is kind of a perfect moment for us to start thinking about how we can coordinate better. But as far as the governance and the structures of OPC and OST, so that's the Ocean Protection Council and the Ocean Science Trust. There's also a third body that is not represented here today, but that is the Science Advisory Team. The Ocean Protection Council has its own Science Advisory Team. So I'm going to walk through the three legs of that triangle. The way I always describe it is as a triangle, which is actually an adaptively managed construction of how these bodies have operated in the past. So OPC is really an innovative leader at the state level and globally as far as ocean and coastal policy. We are a cabinet-level advisor to the governor and to the legislature. We are comprised of the Secretary for California Natural Resources Agency, Secretary of Cal EPA, the Chair of the State Lands Commission, which alternates between the Controller and the Lieutenant Governor, a member of the Assembly, a member of the Senate, and 2 public members. And we, through coordination and partnership with our state partners as well as local entities often, and through grant making, we pioneer science-based policies to protect the ocean and the coast. We turn to the Ocean Science Trust and our science advisory team in developing and in synthesizing and in understanding the science that will inform those policies. So the science advisory team was created in the same statute that created the Ocean Protection Council. It's called COPA, the California Ocean Protection Act. And from that, we have drawn world-class scientists throughout the state of California who represent different disciplines and whom we can turn to when we have policy questions that require a scientific foundation. They will develop for us working groups, white papers, consensus statements on particularly tricky issues where we really need to provide some of those answers you were asking about. And they're responding to and premised on policy questions that we ask. So we come to them and say, we have these scientific needs. Can you please help us understand them? They also are in the process, we're developing a process by which they can advise us of issues we haven't even thought about that we need to know about. So as scientists, they are thinking ahead, they are looking, they are on the cutting edge of knowledge. Policymakers tend to be a couple years behind, so we can look to them and say, help us know what we should be anticipating that we're gonna need help with in the future. And then the Ocean Science Trust, and Liz is the new executive director, but do not be fooled. She is the longest serving team member of the Ocean Science Trust ever. So she has deep, deep knowledge, historical and present. So although she just started as executive director, I would certainly look to her for thoughts on how OST has evolved over the past 10 years. But the Ocean Science Trust is a statutorily created 501c3. It is an independent nonprofit that was created by the state of California. It's the only nonprofit in California that is solely dedicated to California's vision of a healthy and productive ocean and coast. And it has a role in using science to accelerate progress to that vision. So OST acts as OPC's science advisor, and its team pursues projects and initiatives that draw together different and diverse perspectives to help, again, synthesize and interpret the science that can advance OPC's policy, funding, and management decisions. So we all work together, and there's a flow of information that has to happen among all of our entities. So OST is the co-chair of the Science Advisory Team. OPC sits on the executive committee of the Science Advisory Team. We have this three-way partnership where we need to be talking and communicating frequently with one another in different ways and at different times. And it can get a little complicated. And I would say, over the past couple of years, we have been wrestling with a lot of the same questions that were brought up today. And Liz and her staff and I and my staff have come together not infrequently to think through how do we properly define our roles and responsibilities? What do they look like? It gets messy. We start stepping into one another's territory. Is that okay? Can we just be comfortable with that mess, or do we need to more clearly delineate, this is what you do and this is what I do? And it can vary from time to time. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz to talk specifically about some of the projects that I think have been particularly successful examples of collaboration between OST, OPC, and utilizing our SAT. And then we're both happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Deborah. And thank you so much for the invitation to join you here today. I'll reiterate what others have said, which is I learn so much from these kinds of conversations with colleagues about science governance. And as Deborah said, I definitely bring a practitioner's perspective. I have been living the mess, and it's lovely to feel the mess legitimized by academia occasionally. I've been with the Ocean Science Trust for, shockingly, a decade, but just recently took over as the executive director. And, I want to also reiterate a couple of the points that Mark made, that this concept of boundary spanning, of being an entity explicitly charged to live in the gap, the space, the legitimate space that exists between the clubs, that exists to and has accountability to the clubs, both academics, science in its broadest form, stakeholders, and accountability to the political and policy arena as well. And it's not easy. This is a difficult place to be, and no one solution is going to, as Mark said, solve everything at every place and at every time. So there are times when a JPA might look like the perfect thing to do. There are times when a nonprofit might look like the perfect thing to do. I think what I would put forward based on my experience is to devise a solution that has the flexibility to adapt and respond and mold and shape. And I definitely feel like we have grown from a small, scrappy, non-profit, upstart, young entity in California to a more mature organization today that has a robust relationship with the Ocean Protection Council and the Science Advisory Team that allows us to openly communicate about exactly what Deborah was saying, the roles and responsibilities and the ways in which those can flex to address a particular issue, be it ocean acidification or sea level rise or something else. I saw eyebrows raise when you heard that Ocean Science Trust is a 501c3 nonprofit. Yes, indeed. This was, to my mind, as Deborah mentioned, it's legislatively mandated, which is unusual. I actually don't know of another legislatively mandated nonprofit. There are other entities who serve a very similar role. Indeed, that list of science governance goals applies to Ocean Science Trust as it does to many other sort of boundary spanning entities that I know, but I do not know of another nonprofit serving this role. And to me, it was a very bold statement by California in 1999 when the legislation was first written, enacted in 2003, that valued science-informed decisions and valued independence. Valued independence so much that it was willing to say this is an important governance and government function, and we are going to outsource it and trust in the information that is delivered to us from a nonprofit from which we have relatively little control. And that was an important signal and statement about the value of independence. Now, there are important connections that we have to the state. Our board of trustees, like we are governed by a board of trustees like any other nonprofit, but it is we have named seats, and the majority of the trustees are appointed by the Secretary of Natural Resources. So there's this unusual connection that although we exist as a 501c3, we have a board that has named seats, and that includes representatives from the UC California system, as well as Department of Finance, Department of Natural Resources, and Cal EPA. And it's that expression in the board that is the expression of this boundary that we live and operate in between these clubs, these worlds, philosophies, and cultures and norms of the academic communities and the political and policy and management communities. So what I wanted to do is just to take a couple of moments to describe just two of the many examples of what that actually looks like in practice, and how we work together, because it does differ from example to example.
So as many of you probably are aware, California has emerged from a decade-long effort to establish the statewide network of 124 marine protected areas, areas where fishing is either restricted or prohibited along the coast. Midway through that process, the Ocean Science Trust was asked to take on the role on behalf of the state of designing the monitoring and evaluation program for this statewide network of marine protected areas. And this was an opportunity to do what is, again, so a rare opportunity. Natural resource monitoring, if I'm blunt about it, is often felt by academia to be mundane and boring and rote, and often felt by managers and regulators to be a burden on already stretched thin resources. So we wanted to take a clear-eyed and a fresh-eyed look at how to make marine protected area monitoring relevant, salient, and valued so that it could be sustained in the long term. And we were in a unique position to be able to do so, because we were independent of government and independent of academia and the incentives. We actually took the unusual move of turning to the fishermen, turning to the environmental NGOs and saying, look, the MPAs are going to be evaluated on the basis of your measures of success. What do you think we should be monitoring and evaluating into the future? And we can then take that and integrate that with the legislatively mandated goals. We could not have done that successfully as a government agency. We could not have done that successfully from within academia. And quite frankly, we could not have done it successfully if we didn't, as a practical matter, have the opportunity to blend both public and private funding support to do it. And it enabled us to enact a public policy, kind of public participatory process for a science enterprise that we couldn't have done with the limits of what you can reasonably do with public monies, and we're able to generate additional synergies and leverage the value by applying philanthropic support to that. Turning to a second, and I'll just give two examples, of the issue of ocean acidification. So fast forward a number of years, and this is, I think, pulling on the thread of the value of having Ocean Science Trust as named science advisor to the Ocean Protection Council. Back, gosh, probably 6-7 years ago at this point, ocean acidification was just splashed over the media in Washington state, causing shellfish industry collapses. And became such a politically, hot topic there that a joint policy and science panel was convened by the state, and recommendations were produced from that. Here in California, the top officials at the appropriate agencies were beginning to feel the heat as well. And Cal EPA was facing lawsuits. But we don't have the same shellfish industry as Washington state to legitimize the same kind of response. So it was a moment in time where within the regulatory and management, natural resource management arenas in California, darts were starting to be thrown about this amorphous global change issue of ocean acidification as to whose responsibility it was. And because we were named science advisor, we were part of those conversations at Ocean Science Trust. And we were able to do that forward looking and say, look, this is one of those complex, wicked problems where a cold, dispassionate look at the science might be the way to break down some of these barriers, illuminate some pathways forward. You cannot do it on the basis of just a management and regulatory authority discussion alone. And so it was on that basis that we recommended the formation of a scientific panel to look at the issue of ocean acidification and how it relates to California regulation and management. And moreover, because we don't have the same kind of shellfish industry as Washington state, we were able to say, look, what you need to do is not just tackle ocean acidification alone, but add hypoxia to the mix. Because in California, in the Southern California Bight, and indeed the Delta, that's what's relevant, is the changing ocean chemistry writ large, not just acidifying waters that are affecting oysters, as it was in Washington. So we with the support of the Ocean Protection Council, convened the
what ultimately became the West Coast Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Science Panel that has, I think, generated a degree of momentum and action and prioritization of ocean acidification and changing ocean chemistry that we couldn't have predicted at the start, and even has led to California, with OPC's leadership, taking and leading an international alliance on ocean acidification. For our part, here at home in California, we are now convening, again on behalf of the Ocean Protection Council, an ongoing legislatively mandated science task force to continue to provide the advice needed on this issue, for which scientific knowledge is still rapidly advancing, and we need that flexible mechanism for receipt and delivery of new scientific information. So I'll close with just my own experience of to JPA or to not JPA. This has been a conversation that has taken place within the construct of the Ocean Science Trust over time, as we have wrestled with the deep value we feel of being an independent NGO 501c3 with a unique connection to the state, but the challenges that presents for sustainability and long-term funding. I think the calculus, if you are to think about developing a JPA de novo, is probably different from our experience, because our experience led us to the conclusion of not doing so, but it was largely on the basis of adding a layer of governance to a layer of governance that already existed in a board of directors. But more fundamentally than that, it in our view, detracted from the unique value proposition of the independence of the nonprofit entity in making us beholden to the set of funders and the set of interests that those funders represented, and the ways in which, as Mark described, it potentially would narrow both the science disciplines and just the incentives to participate. And so I do think, though, that a layer of organization, whatever that organization, is worth considering as we look forward to many more of these, what are termed these wicked problems of deep uncertainty and persistent uncertainties, where we shouldn't actually be trying to eliminate the uncertainty. But my response to your previous question about uncertainty would be to increasingly challenge the scientists to develop the frameworks by which they can represent and convey those uncertainties explicitly to you, so that you can weigh those and make your own risk assessments on them. And that's something that we did very explicitly with sea level rise. Legitimate uncertainties, persistent uncertainties, and we asked the scientists to convey those in a probabilistic fashion that illuminated those and gave it very explicitly to the decision makers. So I will pause there, happy to take questions.
This is all very good, and I have thoughts looking through the filter of what we're trying to do to consolidate efforts through the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee by creating a Delta Agency Science Work Group with a representative from each of the key state and federal agencies to meet and discuss what are the scientific gaps. It's led to the development of the Science Action Agenda. I see things that are happening to try and better coordinate without reworking the governance structure. The question I have for you all is that in the distributed way in which we conduct science in the Delta, there's a lot of data that's being collected, and it seems to me that one of the ways to coalesce a lot of efforts would be around the platform that needs to be created to collect and provide that data in a method that people can use. What's been the Ocean Protection Council's experience in data sharing, and data collection and data sharing?
I'll go first, and then okay. So This again, that's a huge question. I mean, I think management of data, given the abundance of data today, is a critical issue that that everyone is struggling with. So right now, the Ocean Protection Council is working with the state to develop this open data platform, and we are seeding information, particularly from our marine protected areas, but also ocean acidification data into the open data platform because we want it to be available and accessible to everyone. It's public data. It's collected either through citizen science or from scientific reports or from the projects that we funded. We want it to be available and accessible and usable. So we are working on that. That is a transition away from where particularly our marine protected areas data was housed previously, which was ocean spaces. And now I'm going to turn this over to Liz because she has more expertise in that.
I mean, I think what I would do is pick up what you're saying about the open data platform, because unlike many efforts that have been tried in the past for data integration. I mean, what is integration? When there is so many different data standards, so many different types of data, qualitative, quantitative, visual, traditional, that what I appreciate about this most recent effort is the flexibility of the system to accept with sort of like a tagging approach, multiple different kinds of data. Now, what that doesn't do is tell you what that data tells you writ large. So I would submit that data management, data collation, data integration is a first step, but it doesn't remove the need for human bodies to then take a look collaboratively at that data to come up with the assessment of what does it holistically tell us. And even if all of the right data is at the table, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be used. So what we value at Ocean Science Trust, and what I do think a JPA can do, is some of that crossing the boundary to illuminate for entities like yourselves, here are ways that you can consider using it. Here are the things you don't even know how to ask or that are options for you based on that data that you won't get if all you have is, here's all the right data. Have fun.
Well, we know in the Delta that about 80% of the science funding goes to collecting data, monitoring, and mostly as a result of biological opinion monitoring and regulatory requirements. And we've learned recently that a lot of that data is not analyzed. It's collected because it's required, but there's not enough funding to analyze it. And it begs the question, as technology improves and we are collecting more data, if we're already in a position where we can't effectively utilize what we're collecting and we're going to collect more, something needs to change. And so what you're telling us is that we probably, one, need funding to support the approach that you have just described, that would create someone or activate somebody that already exists or some group that already exists to take this information and provide it in a way that decision makers can weigh the risks and make decisions. Is that a fair assessment of what you just recommended?
100% yes. We wrestled with this actually as we were designing the MPA monitoring program on behalf of the state, and took a scenario planning approach of what if there were $2 million a year for X sized region? How would you allocate that funding for long-term monitoring? And ended in a place of only variable based on scenario, but only 60% targeted towards the classic, time series generation of monitoring, with the remainder allocated to the hypothesis testing kind of evaluations needed for adaptive management, together with this overlay of integration, synthesis, and delivery of useful products.
Can I back that up? This is something I hear so much. Like when I was working on sea level rise in the Bay Area, and we were talking about the climate science enterprise, get the data, I heard over and over again from local decision makers, not another data portal. They don't want another data portal. There's a lot of data portals out there. What they want is warm bodies, humans, taking the data, integrating it, delivering it to them in a way that, and that is so often overlooked. So happy to hear that 40%, but it's got to be in a way that somebody who's a decision maker goes to those people and says, what's the data, this is what I need, and that person has that job to actually do that translation. It requires a human being, not just data sitting on a server.
And if I could just add to that, one of the roles that OPC plays here is figuring out what questions we have to ask the scientists to analyze in utilizing that data. So there's the collection of the data that we fund, and then there's what are the policy questions that we're trying to answer with that data, and help us find the people who can answer those questions.
So to John or Reiner, in the Delta Science Plan, there was a call out for a policy science forum that has never gotten off the ground because I think it was kind of hard to figure out how to do. No, maybe not. My question is, was that recommendation or that approach designed to get at this type of interaction?
Definitely was designed to get at some of the synthesis issues of taking advantage of all the existing studies that are out there and making it available to decision makers. And through Campton CSAMT, there has been some effort to, and actually Scott Randall just presented a month ago or so to CSAMT about some of the synthesis, some of the integration of that into policy decisions around some of the Delta smelt issues. So I think we're making steps towards that, but and at both at the science conference as well as at the IEP meeting, the emphasis on synthesis and the need for more analysis and synthesis, and like Mark was saying, just not just collecting the data, but sitting down and evaluating it and seeing what the implications of it was definitely emphasized.
Yeah, and I think Deborah hit the nail on the head. It's like, what's the decision universe that we're looking at? And a lot of times the managers or decision makers don't always know what questions to ask. Mm-hmm. And you really have to go back to what is your immediate, 2 to 5 years of decision horizon that you can already anticipate, and look at it from the decision point of view rather than what questions do you have. But and so I actually had that follow-up question for Deborah. How has the Protection Council actually identified those big priority management needs or decision needs that you could then use as an entryway to develop the questions that then could be used by the scientists to formulate a coherent and usable answers or questions?
So that's a great question. I think there are a number of different paths that we follow. So one is just the staff expertise. My staff are all kind of experts in their respective fields, and so they have networks and people that they can talk to, and their own personal knowledge to understand where the questions are. At other times, we certainly turn to the Ocean Science Trust to help us develop those policy questions and say, we have this really big question, can you help us narrow how we should be thinking about it, or can you help us find the people who can help us narrow how we should be thinking about it? So there's a lot of, it's mostly, I would say, based on conversations with the people who know the most about it in the field.
I want to follow up on sort of this implementation side. So just to get a better understanding of the Protection Council and the science that you provide, is that used by the state in the State Ocean Plan? Is it used by the Coastal Commission? Are you the source of science? And I'm going to go to the State Ocean Plan and saying, gee, that's the major regulatory document that governs state policy relative to the ocean.
So there is no state ocean policy, and we do not have any regulatory authority.
Right, but there is a state ocean plan that the state water.
Well, there's a
Resources
state water
Control-
board has an ocean plan.
That's what I'm talking, not,
So that's,
I know
yeah,
that, I know
separate,
that's
yeah.
not you, but it's sort of, that's the regulatory framework for the state in terms of the ocean. For some, no, it's not. It's a very.
It's a very small portion.
So what is
from my
your-
perspective? It's a small
Okay,
portion.
so what is
So
your
our
authority?
jurisdiction, I mean, so as the Ocean Protection Council, our mission is to really think about overall protecting the health and the health of the ecosystem of the ocean and the coast. So we look at it holistically. The areas that we tend to work in are sustainable fisheries, the marine protected areas policy guidance, climate change, and marine pollution. So marine pollution, we certainly work very closely with the Water Board on a whole slew of issues, but we look at it more broadly than just the Water Board's ocean plan. So we have partners across the state. We work with the Coastal Commission, we work with the State Lands Commission, we work with the Coastal Conservancy, we work with the Water Board, we work with the regional water boards, we work with, we oversee the Coastal and Ocean Climate Action Team, and we convene that. So any entity that is thinking about climate change in relation to coastal or ocean work, we bring together. On the MPAs, we have a leadership team that brings together all of those entities I named, in addition to parks and tribes, and there's an MPA collaborative network, local NGOs. So we try to work across the whole spectrum.
Right, I'm trying to see if I could draw some parallels to what we do, like the state board with the water quality control plan, that's a part of what we do, but not the whole thing. But what do you implement?
We
council
develop.
Approves the MPAs and that, or does that have to go to the legislature? Or?
So it depends on the topic. We issue policy guidance documents. So for example, we issued a State of California sea level rise guidance document,
Right.
which was premised on the work that OST helped develop from the scientific foundation. We then took that document, the scientific foundation, and use that to develop a policy that is supposed to apply to all state agencies and also local governments.
So how did that happen? So was it something you put the guidance out and it was voluntary on their part, or did
So we put the guidance out, and we are working, in developing the guidance, we work very closely with our state partners, and they are integrating that guidance into their subsequent policies as the Coastal Commission looks at sea level rise in relation to residential housing, or as it looks at sea level rise in relation to permitting. They're using the guidance to inform their directives. We're also working with local governments. I've gone out to several different locations to talk to local governments. We're going to be hosting regional workshops to help them understand what the guidance is and how it can be implemented. And we also receive from our council, I received from the council, a directive to understand what are the barriers and challenges in implementing the guidance. So we are trying to do outreach to understand, what do you need help with in implementing this guidance? Where can we be useful? And then so our power, I would say, lies partially in our coordination and partially in our grant making. So we fund a variety of different projects, and under Prop 68, we received funding to assist communities in addressing climate change impacts from an ocean and coastal perspective. One of those will be sea level rise, and so as we develop our Prop 68 guidelines, we're thinking through how can we provide the technical assistance, how can we provide the capacity to help local governments implement the guidance.
So the designation of the marine protected areas, no. You don't, I know, I'm just saying ultimately it gets designated by someone, is that?
So they're already designated.
So they've already been designated?
Oh, they've been designated for 12
So
years.
you're just monitoring.
No, so the responsibility for marine protected areas is divided into different places. So the day-to-day management of the MPAs is actually the jurisdiction of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. OPC is responsible for the policy oversight of the MPA system.
I understand that we're utilizing the guidance document for our climate vulnerability work, and it's part of our considerations in the ecosystem chapter amendment.
Yeah, and you were actually one of the first entities to adopt our guidance or to start utilizing it. So that's one of the places where I feel like there is such great synergy, because we specifically and explicitly acknowledge we were not addressing sea level rise in the Delta. That was just like beyond the capacity of what the scientists could take on in the limited time frame that they had. But it is such a clear and important need. And as I said before, I mean, there are communities that may not even recognize how vulnerable they are to sea level rise, particularly when you start looking at storms and king tides and El Nino events. And so I think that the work that you're doing is incredibly important, and I would certainly like to find ways to highlight what you're doing and find those places where we can, as I go out and do regional workshops, if it's a region that's affected by, in the Delta, to have you there with me so that you can talk about what the science that you're doing and the analysis that you're doing and how they fit together.
Just one last question on this. So within the state bureaucracy, all the state agencies, you released that guidance, and it was up to the individual agencies whether they wanted to incorporate that into their planning. There wasn't, something came out from the resources agency. There was nothing, it was just convincing them that this was something that they should use in
No, I would say there's so Governor Brown issued Executive Order B 3015, which requires state agencies to think about climate change adaptation in all of their policies and all of their rulemakings. There's also SB, I'm going to get the numbers wrong, SB 279 by Senator Jackson, which requires local governments to integrate climate change into their general plans. And then there's SB something else by Senator Wojciechowski, which creates ICARP, which is oh my gosh, I don't have all my notes in front of me, the Integrated Climate Adaptation Resource and Planning Entity, I think. But that brings together a whole variety of different entities who are supposed to be working on adaptation at a local, state, industry, NGO level. And it's like this clearinghouse, so they all come together. So each one of those helps disseminate our guidance and gives it some teeth, but again, we are not a regulatory agency. We can't require anyone to use it, but we see, in concert with the governor's executive order and the fact that this was adopted by the Ocean Protection Council, which has all of those members on it, so everyone within resources, everyone within Cal EPA, everyone within controller and the lieutenant governor and the assembly and the Senate and the two public members, it should be a pretty comprehensive.
So that was important, and you were the only ones that were doing the work, and somebody needed to use something, and you filled that need.
Yeah.
So that sounds like good synergy, and seems like it was important to have that executive order.
Yes.
And those bills. Okay. That's where I was trying to go.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there any requests for public comment? No? All right. John, any final thoughts?
Well, I have one question, in terms of the 501(c), like how the funding is set up that maintains, what the challenges are for you in terms of maintaining sustainable funding, because that for us is definitely an issue.
I don't know of a nonprofit in the world where fundraising is not a challenge, and so it is something that I have to pay an awful lot of attention to. Our goal in life is to be funded by a diversity of sources, and for the majority of our history, we have been funded by the state, Ocean Protection Council, philanthropy, and federal funding.
All right, anybody needs a tax deduction, there's another opportunity. Okay, anything else? Mark, Deborah, Liz, thank you very much for coming and sharing with us your thoughts about how to better govern science in the Delta. Mark, I want to get together with you. I think we're due for a chat and compare some notes.
Sounds good.
Thank you all very much. We're going to break now for lunch, and we will reconvene at 12:15. Meeting is now in recess. Welcome back. We are now resuming the council meeting. We will pick up with file item number 9, the Ecosystem Amendment Update, which is a continuation of a discussion that we began at last month's council meeting. It appears that Jessica Law will be introducing the Jessica Pearson will be
just pick your Jessica.
introducing the topic. Jessica,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Since we are continuing our August ecosystem discussion, we're relying on the same workbook and the same staff report. So please focus your attention on agenda item 9, section 3 in the staff report. So last time we presented to you some of the science and the technical work driving our proposals. But first, I find it useful to reflect on the larger challenge that we face before jumping to propose strategies and solutions. So it's important to consider historic drivers, decisions, and actions that bring us to why we're even concerned about delta restoration, and what happened to disrupt ecosystem functions in the first place. There are many contributing factors, many of which we discuss at these council meetings. Notably, the construction of major infrastructure, including rim dams to control valley flooding, and pipelines and pumps to provide water supply to California residents and farms. All in the mid-20th century, we had a major infrastructure period. Going back further, the Federal Swamp and Overflow Act of the 1850s intentionally incentivized reclamation in the Delta and resulted in drained marshes and a leveed river system that effectively separates land from the water, something that ecosystem function depends so heavily upon. So now, as a result of all this, over decisions that were made decades and decades ago, we're grappling with what it means to approximate functional flows and restore some of the land-water connections in the Delta. On top of this, we're increasingly cognizant of the effects of a changing climate on the system. So it's important to note that the Delta Plan was originally developed at a time across 2011 to 2013 when there was also at the time a major conservation strategy being developed in the Delta, for the Delta, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, which was intended to be, in their own words, a comprehensive Delta restoration program. The BDCP included a range of conservation strategies, including, at the time, proposed tens of thousands of acres of restoration, but also other recovery actions for salmon and smelt, other species, and proposals to control invasive species and more. So back in 2009, when the legislature created us, they intended that eventually this more detailed conservation plan would become a part of our Delta Plan. As a result, the Delta Plan's ecosystem chapter focused on using our land use authority to protect high-priority restoration areas from incompatible development. And our regs also ensure that when restoration does occur, that project proponents are utilizing the best available science, including sea level rise, and apply adaptive management in order to increase the likelihood of successful outcomes for investments. So in our chapter, we had described our science-based vision for natural functional flow. That was carefully worded by, at the time, lead scientist Dr. Cliff Daum. And that was somewhat of a novel concept at the time, and now it's widely embraced. We recommended that the State Water Resources Control Board proceed apace with updating and setting new flow objectives, given the out-of-date but critically important Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And that work is now underway. So in 2013, there were thousands of acres being planned for restoration in the Delta. But aside from especially efforts in the Suisun Marsh, you could really count at that time the number of projects on the ground on one hand. Since then, there's certainly been a lot of progress, with kudos due to the Eco-Restore team led by the Natural Resources Agency, with multiple projects breaking ground just in the last 3 years. These projects are primarily required mitigation for the big water projects. That's the driver. Requirements from a permit agency. So a theme of our amendment, and what we'll be talking about a little bit today, is that mitigation alone will not achieve the Delta Plan's vision. It will not achieve the Delta Reform Act's vision, and that we must think bigger and go beyond simply repairing damage as we create it. But to be clear, if it weren't for mitigation, it's possible little restoration would be occurring now. Going beyond mitigation requires a mix of the right carrots and the right sticks. It requires diverse funding sources, simplified permitting, ongoing interagency coordination, a comprehensive adaptive management strategy, and more. And we'll get into the discussion of institutional barriers and opportunities to restoration at our November meeting. So hopefully this context is helpful as an introduction. And now we'll discuss how the Council in the Delta Plan can set forth new and revised strategies in the form of recommendations and possibly revised or new regulations to accelerate the state's progress across a range of implementing agencies to achieve mandated restoration goals for the Delta. So with that, unless there are questions, we can dive into a presentation by staff on a subset of proposals intended to guide restoration.
Thanks. All right, good morning, good afternoon, council members. So Ron and I are going to share this presentation. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context and background in terms of activities that we've been up to over the past few months, starting with, well, first off, today's discussion is a continuation of the agenda item from last month. We're really happy to be back here and continuing this discussion. And hopefully there's a lot that we can get into in terms of discussing the policies and the recommendations. So if it's all right with you, we'd like to move through the presentation and then have questions afterwards. But if you have a burning question, feel free to ask us. So I wanted to just quickly go over an outreach summary, some key stakeholder themes that we've been hearing, talk a little bit about, again, the vision for the ecosystem amendment, what was set out in 2013 in both the Delta Reform Act and then in the 2013 Delta Plan. And then Ron's going to jump into a bit more about the existing chapter and proposed policies and recommendations related, again, to those physical priority aspects of the ecosystem amendment. So we're still just looking at a subset of the policies and recommendations today. And then we can talk a little bit more about implementation and performance measures at the November council meeting. So we've been doing a tremendous amount of outreach over the past few months, starting really last fall with a set of listening sessions. We're really attempting to go through a few venues for outreach, so not just sort of single venue, single workshop, or a single set of briefings. And this outreach is continuing, and it's adapting to what we're hearing based on feedback as we go along. So about last year, earlier in the fall, we did listening sessions and target outreach, but we've continued to work with the following entities that are listed here, and are working very closely right now with the state agencies to make sure that our proposals and recommendations and our approach to the ecosystem is in line with all of the other sort of suite of activities that are going on in the Delta related to restoration. Just to review, there's a few key stakeholder themes that we've been hearing that are really relevant, and I think you'll hear throughout the discussion later today. So the first one, natural communities. We've been getting some feedback that moving the focus beyond fish is really important, and then also defining multi-benefit habitat restoration projects and really defining what multi-benefit means and what that looks like is also really critical. In terms of natural resources management, Jessica was talking earlier about moving beyond mitigation, where it's intended to maintain the existing conditions. It's really not the same as restoration. So the focus for this work that we'll talk about today is really on restoring ecological function and process, and considering also how things like working lands can contribute to that. So we've incorporated a lot of these concepts into the tiering and the priority processes that you'll hear about later. And that approach is really helping to define the levels of activity, restoration activity, that can contribute to the overall goal of restoration. In that vein, we've also heard a lot about landscape outcomes and really defining clear and smart objectives and goals. We'll talk more about that in November when we get into the performance measures. In terms of the role of the Delta, and this is really the role of the Delta ecosystem in supporting populations of wildlife and fish. So again, the emphasis not so much on fish, but on also other species that use the Delta, and looking at larger conservation planning efforts. So last month we talked a bit more detail about the conservation plans that are existing and the recovery plans that are existing. And so you'll hear more about that today. And then finally, Delta is an evolving place. Oops. There we go. Delta is an evolving place. Again, this is a topic of discussion that we've heard at the council meetings and that we've also heard throughout our outreach, which is consider and respect local land use in planning. We'll talk today about where the Delta plan and some of these other local land use plans fit in the hierarchy of planning for restoration in the Delta. And then also, the focus of one of our synthesis papers was really on how you comprehensively consider the social benefits that restoration can bring to a community, and how to engage local communities in conservation and restoration planning. So again, that was a theme from our last meeting, talking about the conservation framework and some of the other conservation recovery plans.
I'm sorry, Skip missed this portion, but Eric's here to report back that Delta's a Place was featured in one of the 5.
So moving forward, this is an ongoing and adaptively managed process. But what we will do is come back after today. We'll come back in November with a council meeting discussion on the proposed institutional regulatory policies and recommendations and performance measures. So that second set of policies and performance measures. And have a council discussion at the November meeting. Then in January, we'll come back with a full version of the chapter, including chapter narrative, all the policies, recommendations, and performance measures that we've discussed over these past few meetings, and we'll be able to discuss it within the context of the full package. We then open it up for public review, do a public workshop in February on the draft ecosystem amendment, come back in March with revisions based on comments that we've heard, and have another discussion. And then if the council is ready, we can move forward with CEQA starting in March through the fall of 2019, including public comment and meetings.
Jessica, one question. In the original staff report, there was an October presentation scheduled, but is that up in the air, or has that been?
So we've revised the schedule, and we've revised the schedule to extend it a bit more, just based on feedback that we've been getting from some of the agencies that we're working with. And I think just looking at our own process, we think that the overall project will benefit from a bit more discussion around the policies. Yep. Okay. So just backing up a step, I think one of the things that's really important to consider when talking about an amendment to the plan is going back to the origin of where this information came from and really our guiding vision both through the legislation and sort of our vision of what restoration means. So I just wanted to take 2 slides to talk a little bit about the direction, the mandate that we have out of the Delta Reform Act, and then also what the vision of restoration looks like and where that's coming from. So the vision is really defined in the Delta Reform Act, and the Delta Reform Act also helps to define both targeted characteristics of what should be happening and what the vision should convey and what it'll look like on the ground, and then defines what those strategies are to achieve those characteristics. So the strategies, just jumping to the strategies quickly, there's that first bullet, restoring large areas of interconnected habitat within the Delta and its watershed by 2100. That's a lot of what we're going to be talking about today. How do you get that? What does that look like? And what are the priority actions that need to happen on the ground? And what are the policies, the regulatory policies, and the recommendations that need to be in the Delta plan in order to support that? Of course, all of this is being done with the use of best available science, and we're really relying on the synthesis papers that we did earlier this year to help support the findings and the policies and the recommendations that are coming into the ecosystem amendment. And of course, quantified measurable targets, and then the science-based, transparent, and formal adaptive management strategy is also a really important component of it. So the current Delta Plan, Chapter 4, provides a vision for a restored Delta, and I won't read this again, but I think we're going to keep coming back to this vision because it really does describe what we're aiming towards and what the Delta will and could look like in 2100 based on our actions. And then the current chapter also defines what restoration, protection, and enhancement mean. And this one I will read. So for this purpose, the term restoration is defined in the Water Code. And I think this is important for a few reasons, but let me read through it. The application of ecological principles to restore a degraded or fragmented ecosystem and return it to a condition in which its biological and structural components achieve a close approximation of its natural potential, taking into consideration the physical changes that have occurred in the past and the future impacts of climate change and sea level rise. And I think there's 2 important aspects in here. One, it's taking into account the historical changes. So it's not saying that we're returning to what the historical landscape looked like. That's not reasonable at this point. That's not the approach that we're taking. But it's restoration is also looking at the future impacts of climate change and sea level rise. So it's neither moving towards the past nor escaping the future nor trying to stay in the present, but really restoration is moving you forward with respect to both of those aspects. So Ron will talk a little bit more about that and how the current chapter describes those strategies and then where we're headed from here.
Good afternoon, Chair, council members. I want to keep us moving so we can get into the policy framework, but briefly, Jessica Pearson's remarks really set up discussion of the current chapter well. Acknowledgement of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, the goals and objectives that it set, the outcomes of a reserve system augmented by restoration and an overarching landscape outcome. The Delta Plan currently provides a discussion of the problems on the landscape, core strategies to address those problems, and a policy framework that gives guidance on sea level rise, landscape elevations, where restoration should occur, and highlights discussions around what types of natural communities we should be thinking about in the Delta. But it's really focused on protection of the opportunity to restore, anticipating that BDCP would have been implemented. We'll talk a little more in detail when we get into the policy framework about that. As we approach this update, and in the absence of
an NCCP, a Natural Community Conservation Plan being developed. I think we're hoping to take a more proactive lens to the policy framework to really establish priority actions and discussion of, again, the natural communities in a way that provides that guidance, the discussion of where these outcomes are feasible to establish on the landscape, and a more fine-scale look at the various planning horizons, so 2030, 2050, 2100, depending on the metric or policy that we're talking about. So another item that we've put some thought into is how this plan, how we see it interacting institutionally. And as Jessica talked about, the Delta Reform Act, the enabling legislation really gave us that vision, strategies. In this pyramid model, the next layer down from the Reform Act would be the Delta Plan, a state plan that provides high-level guidance. It provides more detail on that vision, target outcomes, and policies, but really it's intended to coordinate a whole series of planning exercises, recovery, species recovery and conservation planning exercises, and then the actual implementation of specific projects and funding programs and various more fine-scale planning processes. And so we would anticipate that the Delta Plan provides the overarching vision and some policy guidance on achieving that, some understanding of what the final outcome would be. But really that list of projects is going to come out of various layers of planning that should be looking upward at the Delta Plan, and we'll really see implementation occurring at a more fine scale. So hopefully that's a helpful way to think about this policy framework as well. At the last council meeting, we brought several policy questions and asked the council for direction. I think we received pretty strong support to move forward on achieving the Delta Reform Act vision through an approach that goes beyond mitigation, an emphasis on ecosystem function as opposed to species-specific management. There was support to consider sea level rise and subsidence and climate change in general in our planning exercise, in our efforts to really look comprehensively at interagency developed recovery and conservation plans and to leverage the information that those plans have put forward. And last, to work with a geographic framework put forward by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Delta Conservation Framework in how we look at regions of the Delta and planning within those regions. So I just wanted to revisit those items that we talked about in last council meeting. And the planning framework, which we can start to go through now, or the policy framework, is really based on trying to achieve some of those specific objectives.
Just a process question. Will council members be able to ask questions within each section of the presentation, or we want to go through the whole thing and come back?
I think moving forward, so good to get the introduction done with, but now it's probably would be helpful to have discussion around the policies as they're presented rather than waiting till the end.
Okay. I actually had some questions on the introductory comments, the remarks.
Now would be a good time to ask those.
Okay. So maybe this is a question for Jeff. What kind of conservation goals and priorities are in general plans? Is this like MSCP type level things, or what?
Typically, your general plans at the city and county level are focused on two objectives. One is the development framework. The other is a conservation framework. And so each of those general plans includes a conservation element and an open space element that at that local level sets goals, policies, priorities, in many cases even maps out areas that potentially could be used as future habitat or future conservation space. So there is that level at the general plan level where each individual jurisdiction starts to chart its conservation priorities. So that's really what's meant by sort of that third layer of the pyramid.
So we're trying to align or overlay where state agencies have identified opportunities with areas that were designated in general plans, acreage or specific areas.
Yeah. The intent is to attempt to align those things, to say, you know, the Reform Act and within the Delta and Sassoon Marsh, the Delta plan set certain priorities at a very high level, and then rely on city and county general plans, and then things like HCPs and conservation plans, and then things like more local restoration efforts like what you see in the YOLO bypass today.
So like using SKIP as an example, are we going to be, that typical line is we're going to be consistent with the Solano County general plan? Is that a thing that you as staff will say to SKIP, right, that you're consistent, whatever we're recommending is consistent with their general plan?
Yes. And future general plan updates also have an obligation to demonstrate consistency with the Delta plan. So there's
Right.
there's
okay. So there's a feedback loop there. Okay. Other question. I don't know, Ron, if this is for you or you and Jessica or maybe John. It's just the vision and the doubling of salmon goals. I mean, is that what we know now versus what was in the Act in 2000? Is that a realistic objective, or is that something we should be reporting back that either we think we can achieve it and here's how, or needs to be rethought?
I can take a first pass, John, and then maybe you can back me up. I think across the science community and the planning that has gone on in the basins as part of some of the flood management planning, that there is a lot of optimism about our ability to meet the fish needs on the landscape within the watersheds from a habitat and rearing perspective. And those are the issues that we're really faced with within the Delta. Whether achieving doubling is possible, giving drivers, long-term drivers, climate change, ocean conditions. I mean, we do not have control or authority over the entire home range of the fish species that we're talking about. And so there are other variables that lie outside of our sphere of influence. So it's difficult to say whether or not we can achieve that goal given our focus on the Delta. But within the Delta and within our authorities and the things that we're thinking about on the landscape, I think we can do our part in contributing to the habitat needed, the water quality needed to support the species. And we've taken that lens to our work. And maybe John may want to add to that.
The only thing I would add is, I think in addition to that, as was set up in the beginning, we want to go beyond those fish-focused issues and look at a mix of species and look at ecosystem issues in addition to the efforts to trying to restore individual species.
So can I suggest that we address this issue? Because having the statement doubling the salmon population in legislation sort of looks like, we've been legislatively mandated to double the population. And if we don't think that's how we should look at it, but irrespective of being able to achieve it, or you should look at it differently, then our plan amendment should reflect that. Or unless everybody else disagrees with me.
Susan?
So the chair reminded me that this is also a performance measure, but I just wanted to give a little context to the doubling concept, because some of the conservation NGOs that participated in the development of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan also advocated the doubling goal. And the history of the doubling goal is that it was established, I don't remember what year, but because it was one of the very clearly stated goals, and I think at the time it was the only extremely clearly stated goal, a lot of ensuing efforts looked around and realized, well, we don't have a number, we don't have a clear goal. Let's just use the doubling goal. It's on the books. It's in the Wildlife Agency's documents. The Wildlife Agencies broke up stretches of rivers and specified rivers and streams that would help contribute to achieving the doubling goal. So I suspect that it ended up in legislation the way it ended up in all these other documents. Oh, it's the only one out there. And perhaps in our finalizing of the ecosystem amendment chapter, we could have a little sidebar explaining the origin of the doubling goal and explaining our concept of contributing to potential achievement of the doubling goal in the context of ecosystem function in all these other species, rather than as an isolated goal of it in and of itself.
Yeah, no, that's well put. I think it's the context and not having that be defining what a functional ecosystem is, and we should be, upfront and honest on our assessment. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Ken, thank you for that opening. And the reason I say opening is, as I look at your bullets from the August meeting, the last bullet is identify restoration, conservation, opportunity regions. An opportunity for one may be a real problem for another. And so it reminds me of the Delta Protection Commission meeting last week, and where Frank's tract was discussed. And obviously there was concern by some of the commission members, the effect that these different opportunities have on local agriculture. And so one of the things that was brought up is looking at all the land that is publicly owned and using that to really fill in this matrix of lands that are needed, but yet recognizing ag plays an important part. And so one might say, the cost of acquiring additional lands to make this matrix kind of fit, could it be offset by using some of the land, subsided land, to build additional levees, offsetting some of the cost of acquisition? I mean, these are the things that my staff and I have been talking about, is how do we protect the agriculture that, I'll speak for Solano County, we've worked really hard over many decades to protect, and now it's an opportunity region. And so it's concerning to not only myself and a county supervisor from Solano, but someone who represents the Delta region on the Delta Protection Commission. So I'd like you to think of publicly owned lands, even conservancy lands.
I'm just offering you missed the staff presentation earlier, and the bottom of that pyramid talks about that, the issues that you're
I know it
presenting.
talks about it,
Okay.
but words are one thing, actions are another thing. And so I'd like to see words on paper be translated into actions and make them priorities, that agriculture is an important part of the region, ought to be protected as best we can, while utilizing some of the publicly owned lands to achieve the goals. That's all I'm saying. And I'll continue to say it because, yes, they're written on paper, but how does this translate to the actions that we're going to be recommending? Okay?
Question for Skip is so if you were to look at, or we look at the general plans and sort of the other, I don't know what they call them, sub-regional plans, in your county or other counties, and if there's conflicts between where we think restoration should go or what the staff thinks and those local planning documents, what do we need to identify those and kind of work through those so that we're not doing so, because I asked Jeff if we're going to be able to make that statement, hey, whatever we're recommending is consistent with local general plans, but are you talking about where those may conflict? Or would we be able to identify conflicts through that?
I certainly think we can, but we certainly should strive for that, to identify where those conflicts are going to be and see how we can, maybe as my staff is recommending, that we look at other areas and try to connect the dots, if you will, instead of looking strictly at, oh, this is the right elevation, so we need to go and use these as our opportunity regions. That's all I'm saying. And maybe we can think differently about how we achieve those. And Cash Lou, I mean, there is a large intake, North Bay Aqueduct intake right there that this is going to be a problem if we create all this habitat around the intake. What happens then? There'll be times that we can't pump. This aqueduct serves 400,000 people in Solano and Napa counties. So these are the things that we need to move forward, but we need to move forward with some sensitivity of how it may impact agriculture, water supply.
I just want to note that in our recently adopted CSO amendment, one of our major recommendations for improving conveyance and conveyance alternatives was to move the intake.
Yeah. We're talking.
So I think anything that we come up with here is going to be consistent with that specific issue.
And Jessica, I appreciate that. That's wonderful. But it's a $1 billion move.
Mm-hmm.
And so even at a 50-50, we're talking the 400,000 folks in Solano and Napa counties are going to have to come up with $500 million. These are the things that on paper, again, they look good, but in reality, they may be a real problem for those that we serve. And I'll say we serve because the council is serving this population as well and trying to make the right decisions.
Councilmember Thompson, if I can respond. I hope as we get into the policies, I think it will make more sense. But essentially, we asked if we should move forward with adopting a more regional look at the Delta, where within those regions, as is developed in the Delta Conservation Framework, these specific issues can be discussed and addressed in more focused conservation plans, and I think that's where Chair Fiorini was passing the pyramid. So those issues happen at a more, or are worked out at a more fine scale. And so the framework that we're putting forward would leverage Department of Fish and Wildlife's publicly vetted regions of the Delta, or identification of those regions. And so it's not meant to identify multi-parcel polygons, but rather in the North Delta, they're recommending that a partnership be formed and these issues worked through, which it's my understanding that that's happening already in the YOLO Cache complex, and we're making good progress on protecting the important parts of the working landscape and also realizing our conservation objectives. The Barker Slough pumping plant seems like a complicated issue. I worked on the sanitary survey for the State Water Project back in 2007, and it's my recollection that it was challenged with water quality issues from the terrestrial component of the landscape, and specifically from rangelands and the activation of during rain events. I'll just leave it there. There were problems with water quality from the cows that were foraging on the landscape, and that really motivates a lot of the discussion about the relocation of those pumps, is really to address treatment issues, because applying chlorine to these carbon-rich waters creates cancer-causing agents. So the fisheries question is also significant, and your point is taken on that, and these are things we need to consider when citing restoration. So, but I appreciate the discussion, and hopefully when we step through ERP3, we can have a robust discussion on whether, it makes sense. I think our intent is to avoid those unintended consequences that setting these planning frameworks up can cause. So, appreciate that.
I think so far, based on what you've said, we're consistent with that approach in what we're recommending, but we'll continue the discussion when we get into the details.
And I'll continue harping on it. Thank you.
Great. Should we continue? Thank you. Okay, so you've seen this graphic before. This is really intended to represent all of the different moving parts of the amendment process. Chapter 4, sort of in that middle lane. Physical priorities for the ecosystem, so some of the landscape suitability issues on the left. The institutional list of issues on the right that we'll be addressing in November. We're really going to focus on a subset of policies and recommendations that fall under this component, the physical component. So without any further, I'll jump in. I did want to talk a little bit about the types of actions that we're talking about today. So these aren't issues of private landowners, but we're really talking about public actions or publicly supported actions and public funding. And so I just wanted to check in on the definition of a covered action, and I'm sure you're all well aware, but for the benefit of those listening in, we're talking about projects that meet the definition of a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. So that's Public Resources Code Section 21065. These are ones that trigger the CEQA process. These are projects that occur in whole or in part within the boundaries of the Delta or Sassoon Marsh. Those that will be carried out, approved, or funded by the state or a local public agency, and those that would have significant impact on the achievement of one or more of the co-equal goals or the implementation of a government-sponsored flood control program to reduce risks to people, property, and state interests in the Delta. And so please, as we walk through these policies, keep that in mind. These are, land use planning and public infrastructure projects that we're mostly dealing with. Okay, so to start off, we'll talk through the policy that addresses flows. And so I'm happy to read through the policy if that's helpful. It may be more time efficient just to speak to the problem statement. Okay. So again, Jessica Pearson set up some of the legacy stressor issues on the landscape related to flows. So impairment of the river flows, alterations in the geometry of channels within the Delta. And so we have reduced flows, we have the change in timing of flows, we have flows moving in directions that prior to human activities in the Delta, they would not have traveled along those directions. And so this policy really intends to set forth an understanding of the flow criteria within the Delta, and it leverages the State Water Resources Control Board's authority, the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan flow objectives, and it asks that project proponents certifying their project as consistent with the Delta Plan, when relevant, demonstrate that they're consistent with the flow objectives within the State Board's plan. If that plan were to be updated as the board is stepping through the rulemaking process at this time, then that new update to the flow standards would become the consistency criteria for the Delta plan. And given the exemptions that regulatory authorities of other agencies have through the Delta Reform Act, and given the good work by the State Board, we are recommending that we leave this policy as is, no change. And so,
Comments, reaction? Agreed.
So,
Sorry, one other comment on that. We're working with the state board. Currently, there's some dates in ERR1. So we're going to continue to work with the state board and discuss with them recommendations on either updated dates or to remove those dates. So we can come back with some more information about that following conversations with them.
Yeah, we received the dates that we have now from them.
We may have shortened them a little bit.
Okay, by a year. All right, let's move on to the next.
okay, so bear with me here. ERP2, ERP3, and ERP4 all interact. They refer to figures and definitions across each other, and so this is a little bit complicated to try and concisely lay out, but essentially the series of policies is intended to address the problem statement of the loss of habitat within the delta, the land-water connection that we talked about earlier, and the reduction of native vegetation communities on the landscape. As we discussed earlier, it's primarily focused on protecting existing opportunities, and it also offers some high-level guidance on where restoration and what type of restoration should occur. And so ERP2 specifically reaches out to an appendix, Appendix 3, which was an excerpt from a draft Department of Fish and Wildlife Conservation strategy that they were putting together. This
Best available information at the
yes,
time.
yes. This defines the elevations and the types of habitats that might be restored at those locations across the delta landscape. It also describes the different natural communities that are relevant to the system, and it's well framed and well documented. It describes some uncertainties, and this provides guidance to project proponents that bring a restoration project to the council. And so they're being asked to certify that their project is in the appropriate location on the landscape, and that it speaks to those various natural communities which are biologically relevant. Appendix 4 is the map that identifies the various elevation bands and what types of habitat. So we've actually extracted that from Appendix 3 and made it its own figure. And so we have the guidance in Appendix 3 and then the actual spatial representation of the data set in Appendix 4. So our suggestion or proposal here in terms of updating this is really to use the work that we've done through the synthesis papers to update the appendix, which provides guidance on the natural communities, the uncertainties around those, and part of that is a discussion on working lands and what's possible on working lands in terms of restoration, and then bring some of the more technical work that Dr. Siegel last month presented on the sea level rise. And so we've taken a more refined look at landscape elevations, the way that we think about tidal datums and how they operate on the landscape in conjunction with the riverine flows, and then also the guidance by CNRA and OPC that was discussed in the data.
Resources Agency and Ocean Protection Council.
Yes, thank you.
You've been warned.
2018 sea level rise guidance by the Resources Agency and Ocean Protection Council. So all of that combined in the figure 4. And so in summary, again, an update to the Appendix 3 This would really articulate the mapping methods, climate considerations, information needs, and implementation considerations for each of those various natural communities. And so an update to this, and then an update to the sea level rise map. And there's a representation on the screen. Figure 4.6 on the left, that's from the Delta Plan currently, and on the right, you see the updated map. And there are some specific differences in updating the information on this map. One is the opportunities in the Sassoon Marsh. We see that their landscape elevation is lower than we previously understood, and that tidal marsh restoration may be challenging in certain parts of the landscape in there, and especially as we look forward to sea level rise. The other is the interaction of the Sacramento River flows in the North Delta with the tides, creates a higher water surface elevation, and so in the areas adjacent and to the east of Yolo Bypass, those areas are more, how do I say this? So they are below the water surface elevation more extensively than previously thought, and so opportunities to reconnect tidal habitat in that region are not as optimistic as we previously thought. Maybe, I'm sorry?
They're underwater?
They are underwater.
Is this 2100? The map?
So the map reflects, so I was going to go next, it reflects a range of sea level rise conditions. So existing condition is in white, and the teal blue and dark blue. And that represents, the white represents deep water, deeper than 8 feet if we were to breach levees at those locations. The blue represents 0 to 8 feet, and then the dark is existing, that almost dark black is existing opportunities for tidal marsh reconnection. Existing tidal marsh is in red, and it's very difficult to see in the Delta, a little more present in the Sassoon Marsh. And then if we step into the green color ramp, light green is if we were to roughly accomplish the Paris Climate Accord. The medium green is the trajectory that we're on now, and the dark green is an extreme projection, and these are all based on a 2100 date. And I guess the last point that I would make is that I'll leave it there. So questions?
This is part of the right strategy at the right location approach that we've talked about.
That's right.
So if you're doing a project, refer to this map, make sure that whatever restoration you as a local jurisdiction or whoever are doing is consistent with this topography and the implications for restoring function in that area.
Correct. Okay. And within that, I should add Appendix 3, so the text would describe the considerations for restoration that you would bring in your certification. So the vegetation communities, some of the uncertainties and questions around achieving restoration of that type. And as we're also proposing to introduce, some explicit considerations regarding recreation and social benefits. The consideration of sea level rise is already baked in there, but the idea that we'd be considering changes in climate in terms of temperature and some of the more long-range issues that climate change brings. The other is issues of scale and complexity. more technical information on restoration itself. And so together, it really this policy really helps define what restoration should look like given the natural community that you're attempting to restore. And then yes, project proponents would be asked to demonstrate that they're carrying out these actions in the appropriate location.
I have a question for the chair and vice chair. Maybe Skip also. It's like
We don't have time for that.
Okay. Is this a scary map? I mean, I mean, to me, when you look at the inundated areas, I mean, do people? Is this news? Is this something that people should pay attention to? Is this something that is pretty significant? As opposed beyond just saying, well, if you're doing restoration, be aware of this. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'll turn to you guys as the resident experts on this. I mean, what's the
What do you
reaction
mean?
of the Delta community to a map like this?
So when you say scary, what do you have in mind?
That there's a lot of stuff underwater by 2100, and
And this map doesn't have levees, so that's really important to understand.
Okay, so what is that? What's the impact of that? Does it mean it doesn't necessarily look like that, or the levees are going to hold this back?
The purpose is not to scare anyone, it's to inform. And
No, I understand.
there is land subsidence that has been occurring for 100 years. There is sea level rise that has been occurring for 100 years that seems to be on a very steep upward trend. So the combination of those two is leading to inform decision makers about land use planning. It doesn't necessarily have to be scary, but it certainly needs to be real. And
need to pay attention to it.
It's, well, right now. I mean, not beyond projecting onto the year 2100, it's right now.
Those areas are already way below
That's
water
right.
level currently. So, I mean, you saw when we went out on the
Yeah.
they are way below, and people are aware of that. But I think this identifies the challenge of restoration in those areas where they're way below and where there are opportunities. But I mean, I think people are aware of those issues.
Okay, so this assumes that it's indifferent to the levees being there.
Yeah, sorry, I sort of jumped into this a little bit fast. So just going back to last council meeting, Dr. Siegel really laid out the framework for this map. So it's meant to be a reconnaissance level planning map. It's static in nature in that essentially what we've done is we've looked at the land elevation across the delta and the water surface elevation across the delta. And then we've looked at the relationship between those two and defined a range of ecological outcomes that are possible if you were to connect water with land at a given location based on land elevation, water surface elevation. So height above river analysis is another sort of term for this analysis. And it's really intended to give you a sense of when you're standing on the dry landscape behind a levee, what's possible at that location in terms of habitat. And so flooding and inundation maps are a different creature. They require a little bit of a more physics-based approach to understanding what would get wet where. That's not the intention of this map. It's really just meant to say what habitat types could exist on the landscape at that place. And the white and blue indicate that if we were to do reconnection of those lands with the interest of restoration, that we would have deep or shallow water habitats.
Okay, but in the dark blue or teal, we're saying those are not areas that you want to do restoration. You want to understand that adjacent to that, well, you have shallow water, or you have the ability to connect to water, and that's why you've got all that, the green band in the northwest corner there. So I guess it's like Randy's comment about you need to understand this in land use, and Jessica saying, you know, you take this into account in restoration planning. We're saying don't do restoration there, and then we're telling municipalities and land use agencies, you're at high risk if you allow continued use of that land? Or, I mean, do we see the highest and best use as open water?
So
or are we just saying, hey, it can stay, we should take advantage of the opportunities on the edges of that?
So we'll try one more time with the appendix. And again, I've jumped into this a little bit quickly. The appendix would include a discussion for each of those colors of what the highest and best use activity would be on the landscape. And so within the white, we would be looking at subsidence reversal activities or farming practices that halt or reverse subsidence. And that would apply to the light blue as well. In the light blue area, we have a chance of catching up with sea level rise and recovering tidal marsh at some future time. There are lots of engineering considerations around levees that would need to be brought to bear for that to be feasible, but that's the area of the landscape really that would keep up with sea level rise. And then dark blue and the green color ramp is really the area that we would be looking at for tidal restoration and the ability of that tidal marsh to migrate upward as sea level rises. So the green really is the future locations on the landscape where tidal marsh would be located given sea level rise. And then the last is the orange color, and that applies to floodplain. So in those locations, we would be looking to, the opportunity would be to create seasonal floodplain in those areas.
So maybe my question on, you know, is this scary? Does this mean reduced usable land? And is that something generally accepted? Is it known? Is it something that...
Let me take a stab at this. The purpose of this map is to show you that south of Isleton, you're not going to do tidal habitat. Okay? North of Manteca, north and west of Manteca, probably not going to be dealing with deeply subsided land subsidence reversal type projects. Is that the utility of this map? Does that help?
A different map that is scary, that is getting at what you're talking about, was what we essentially used for our Delta Levy investment strategy, which shows the risk based on what we know about the levees and the water surface elevation and climate change, sea level rise. So it's related to what we're talking about here, but also different. So this isn't intended to say you can't do restoration here and you must do it here. I've been using this language that Ron's been teaching me, which is there's going to be a gradient of restoration across the landscape. So wherever a jurisdiction decides they're ready to do restoration, then they need to decide based on their location, you know, what's the best fit, the right strategy for that location. And this map helps with that.
And and that makes it a lot clearer what the intent, but people don't always read what you intend, and that's my question is when you show this to people, is this something new? Does it get their attention? Does it have implications on, you know, land use in the Delta? Or
I think, Ken, one thing that this map does show, and the reason it's pictured next to the one from the 2013 Delta plan, is that for me, it conveys a sense of urgency around getting restoration done. Because when you look at sort of the current situation, and you look at the projections, and every year, I hear a presentation last week by a climate scientist saying, you know, every year we our ability to predict the worst case scenario gets outstripped by the worst case scenario happening. And so every year, not to sort of lay some doom and gloom on this, but there's definitely a sense of urgency around restoration in the Delta, that you are losing ability as you move forward over the next 10 or 20 years to be restoring tidal marsh habitat at these elevations, because you're going to be losing elevation. And so we're definitely within this window of opportunity, and this is why things like Measure AA were passed in the Bay Area last year or the year before, is because you're losing the opportunity to do tidal marsh restoration at the edge and to create accommodation space for sea level rise. So, even looking at the map from 2013 to this map, there's a big difference. I see a big difference in the availability of tidal marsh space. And so when projects come in, and this is what we've been hearing from project proponents, is that when they come in and, project planning for a restoration project, you want to be able to plan that project within the context of a larger vision of restoration and what's possible. And so there's a lot of work that happens when you do project design to look at what the right elevation is and look at where your planting should be based on what those elevations are. And we're hoping that this map and the appendix will provide some context and guidance for project proponents that are coming in with a specific project. This won't be the only thing that they're looking at, but it's one of the pieces of information that they would have to say, if I'm looking at a tidal marsh restoration project, here's some of the opportunity and here's what my site design should be lining up with.
And relay a sense of urgency.
Yes.
So if a public water agency owned a deeply subsided land and came for a consistency determination or early consultation and said, hey, we want to do tidal marsh here, we would say, no. And here's why that's not a good idea. Is that, is that accurate?
I think what you start hearing from project proponents too is that the feasibility of doing tidal marsh restoration in areas that are deeply subsided, it's almost impossible because they're so deeply subsided. So there's these other strategies and ways to get at it, right? Subsidence reversal activities, setback levies. There's ways to get at. The white area doesn't preclude restoration. The white area is saying you have to look at different strategies for how to do that.
If you can't just open it up to the tides, and it'll be completely underwater, so you have to do something more managed and that will maintain a water level.
Or take their money and do something somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
And again, Appendix 3 currently discusses strategies for that gradient across the Delta landscape. We're proposing to update that with best available science and to really push it towards identifying the highest and best use within those color ramps, given the opportunities available.
Maria?
Yes, my question was
Microphone.
the whole restoration effort when it starts at different areas. Would there be a set group of criterias? Let's say if we're doing an evaluation matrix of criteria, some of it is set and some of it is very region specific. And is that coming out of a master plan or is it keep changing? How much of it is constant and how much of it is due to the day and the issues and in the community?
So I think that's the challenge that we're wrestling with, is the level of detail that is appropriate to guide us towards that highest and best use on the landscape if we're doing a restoration project, but not impeding upon the creativity and the ability to address some of the concerns of Councilmember Thompson on the landscape, such as infrastructure and land uses that will persist into the future. Those need to be viable. And so we're really proposing a framework that lays out really what's possible and then priority action. So this idea that if you are in that dark blue bathtub ring, that is the zone where tidal marsh is possible, and if we're doing restoration in that region, we should be talking about that action over other actions. And
Sure, but there's like, the reason I'm asking is that there's a real need that Councilmember Thompson talks about, infrastructure need, community needs, and then there is the scientific issues, and then there is the restoration goals, and how do we weigh all this at the end of the day? It's another process of, I think, sausage making. So how do we weigh, and which one, is there a trump card? I mean, is one overriding the others that you know of?
I guess I would take it back to the first slide, that we're talking about projects that are publicly funded and likely adjusting levee infrastructure or zoning issues, and that those trade-off discussions happen at the lower level. But if we are going to fund a levee project and it's going to have a restoration component, we're trying to set the stage that that restoration component achieves its highest possible valued outcome.
Is cost effectiveness always something that comes in, or not necessarily?
It's a factor, absolutely, in funding programs and in projects. And it's a challenge in natural resource management because our ability to value
The ecosystem benefits.
is
Less than
difficult.
ideal.
Yeah.
And I might just offer, I believe we'll be touching on these aspects as we approach what is proposed as ERP 6 a bit later in the
Page 33.
in the sequence here.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of things have been said, and I may not have captured all of it, but as staff and I prepared for today, one of the things on page 39, the right strategies and right location, what we're wondering if...
Page 39 of the
39
staff report?
of the staff report. Workbook.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. The second paragraph, apply the right strategies. And I'll read it so I don't miss it and I capture the concern that staff has. This paragraph talks about landscape position or elevation as a determinant of ecosystem potential. This should be one of, but not the sole determining factor. This ignores vast, more subsided areas where ecosystem attributes could be developed, perhaps at a higher cost, to your point, Maria, with use of levied areas. The paragraph should be broadened somewhat to include these opportunities and take greater advantage of public lands. I mean, I again, getting back to my earlier comments, is, there are a lot of public lands owned in the Delta. They should be first used to achieve the goals that we're trying to gain, and allowing agriculture in the Delta to continue to do what we rely on it to do, for fishing and other recreations and agriculture and place where people live and have raised their families. Delta as a place. So again, I wanted to make sure that I asked the question, it's on the record, so you can start thinking about whether or not it's simply elevation that is a determining factor, or other things involved in this formula, or should be.
Thanks for the comment. I think it's important to consider the context of these criteria. So we've tried to lay out a framework that discusses common attributes across restoration projects, and then priority attributes or characteristics that not all projects have, but we would want to desire that they were able to reach these levels or thresholds. So the common attributes are to be consistent with the restoration, the definition of restoration provided by the Delta Reform Act, to anticipate sea level rise and other climate change consequences, to to apply the right strategies in the right location, and I think our existing policy and the map that we've been discussing drive that common attribute. So this is really consistency with existing policy, and it's not intended to constrain the types of activities, but just to ensure that we're applying the correct ones given our location. And then there are two more: have clearly articulated societal benefits and minimize environmental impacts. These are the criteria that really should or ought to be part of all restoration projects, and I think they're pretty standard criteria given the existing policy framework. We just are proposing that we articulate this very clearly in the appendix, along with the various types of natural communities that we would be seeking to restore.
Okay, thank you, Ron.
One other comment too, just about public lands versus private lands. I mean, I think there's a large assumption. Your point about public lands first is well taken, and the opportunities for restoration are largely going to be on public lands. There are also private landowners that are interested in restoration that we're starting to see come forward, and so the ecosystem amendment and the plan needs to be able to provide guidance and context for those projects that where there's a willing seller or where there's a willing private landowner that's interested in doing restoration. And so that's our intent, to be able to provide context and goals and vision for all of the properties that are interested in restoration.
Yeah, and I'm well aware that I've got some in Solano that are willing sellers, and I appreciate their being able to sell their land if they want to.
Right.
But I want to make sure, it's kind of like the domino effect, that if you have there's a large tract of land in Solano that is being considered for a project, and how is it going to impact those agricultural activities around it? So there have to be, safe harbor. There have to be things put in place that allow people to continue to do what they want to do on their lands.
Right.
I've asked this before. Solano County a right to farm county?
Yes, it is.
So that goes a long ways to addressing that concern.
Yeah, I mean, and those are the things that we've done to try to assist our ag community to do what they want to do. And so I often say, because the eastern part of our county is all ag, it seems to be an easier opportunity region for some of these projects. I get it, but I want us to make sure that the reasons that we're using them are not just because they fit this little box that we need to put things in, that all the other concerns and considerations are taken into account as we move forward on this amendment.
I think the other part of that too, and we can get back to this, this will show up in more policies that we talk about, but these restoration opportunities don't preclude agriculture. When you look at the restoration that's happened so far, about 70% of those lands are still in active agriculture. So there's a lot of ways, but I think what we're heading towards in this in this amendment is that while wildlife-friendly agriculture and agriculture is an important part of creating restoration opportunity and habitat for birds, there's other types of restoration too that we want to encourage on the landscape. And those tend to be larger scale and bigger projects, and there still has to be opportunity for those projects too. And so the balance, this amendment has to balance the need to have sustainable agriculture in the Delta and still provide opportunities for restoration. And we think that's where these regional strategies and these regional partnerships, where you have local reclamation districts and the counties and the state and the federal agencies sitting together at the same table and talking about how to both preserve agriculture and create restoration opportunity and flood control opportunity, that's the appropriate venue to be sure that you're balancing all of those. And so we'll need to sort of set the path forward to create the venues and help support those venues where they exist, but that the amendment is definitely headed in the direction where you need to be able to create more than sort of a full range of restoration opportunities.
And to that point, this council has supported Aguilar Curry's rice.
Winter
the
flooded
mill.
rice.
I mean, that's an example
Right,
of how we
exactly.
can help ag still remain ag, but also achieve the eco restore sorts of projects that are going to help us get to our goals. So,
Yeah, I think as we move forward, it's going to become clearer that we fully support agriculture, but we don't support unsustainable farming practices that lead to oxidation and land subsidence. And so part of that is working with the Conservancy and others to develop and find incentives to allow those that are on the land and are currently farming to employ perhaps different cropping patterns or different techniques to reverse this long-standing land subsidence that's adding to the stress that's causing people in your area to want to sell their island because some are so deeply subsided and now the levees are seeping and they're scared to death. If there's a failure, they're not going to have anything.
I was just going to say, you're in farming. You understand that farming's changing. You have to change with those times. And so the farmers that I talk to are willing to make those changes. They need to make sure that if they do, that we're not going to step in and put them out of business.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, thank you.
It's a coordinated approach, and I support the direction that we have provided staff, and I support what they're bringing back to us, and I think we can probably move on to the next. No.
I'm going to have to apologize to drag this out because I know I'm contributing to slowing this down, but I think these are the real important policy issues. And you know, I think Susan, the subcommittee that Randy and I are on that you chair, I think we've tried to talk about some of these issues. And you know, one of the things that Skip brings up, and you know, and I think you've done a good job and you're consistent from meeting to meeting, is, you know, willing sellers and leave, you know, land use in agricultural production where it's viable, all of those kind of things. And I keep going back, and I know staff is getting tired of it, is what is a functional ecosystem? And if you put these constraints of consistency with general plans, willing sellers, you know, these regional areas, can we achieve the co-equal goal? And it seems like we've got some flexibility in what achieving this goal is, and you do it within, you know, those kind of limits. And I think that's going to be my question, you know, when we're asked to approve the amendment is, okay, have we laid out a way that we can say, just like in the CSO, and we're not that specific on everything, you know, we've achieved water reliability, have we achieved ecosystem restoration by doing what CDFW's California Department of Fish and Wildlife, no acronyms, you know, their framework says, here's what you do. So if we're constraining where we're doing restoration, can we achieve whatever? And I still don't know what a functional ecosystem means in the Delta and the balance between native and non-native and all that kind of stuff. But I look forward to understanding that better. But ultimately, I put everything through the filter of the co-equal goals. And I think anything we put out has to reasonably say, hey, you do this, subject to change when we look at this in 5 years, we can achieve the co-equal goal. And so that's my question. If you try, it's sort of this thing, if you try and meet everybody's need, can we get it done? And maybe we can't, because we have to define what success is. That's why I think defining success is really important. I think it goes beyond the attributes of successful restoration. It's like, what do you get for your money? Because it is money.
Okay, good question. Hold that till we get to ER.
Oh, there's always
P6.
a recommendation.
I'm gonna suggest, Ron, let you go through ERP 2, 3, and 4. If there's more that you would like to offer, please do so. We'll withhold any questions or comments until you're completed with that section. Then we'll take up, I think, R1 you wanted to deal with individually. and then final installment will be our P6 when you answer Ken's questions.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Okay, so just last final remark on ERP2. So we have an updated map based on a more refined look at the landscape, the hydrology of the delta, and we have an appendix which describes the natural communities and the highest and best use within each of those color-ramped regions. This is important moving forward through ERP3. So we're proposing updates to those materials. We're not proposing to generate something outside of what already exists, however. So ERP3, still answering to the problem statement regarding the loss of habitat. This policy talks to ERP2 in attempting to protect opportunities to restore habitats per the guidance that is in ERP2 within the appendix. And so currently this policy focuses on some very specific regions of the delta, and I have a figure to support that in a slide here. So what we're recommending is that we understand a lot more about the opportunities to do various types of restoration in each of the color ramps in the map that we were looking at previously. We have been urged to think more about public lands across the delta. The Central Delta Corridor comes to mind specifically, and it's a significant land holding that stretches right through the center of the delta from Cosumnes River Preserve out to western Sherman Island. And so ERP3 currently identifies the Yolo Bypass, the Cache Slough, Sassoon Marsh, the Cosumnes River Preserve, and the lower San Joaquin River for protection of opportunities to do restoration. Our proposal is to think more broadly across the delta, given that range of activities, and also the extent of public lands in the delta, and to take a more comprehensive look when we're doing public projects at our interactions with the opportunity to restore habitats. And so essentially our update to this policy would be to propose the map that the planning regions that were identified through the Delta Conservation Framework processes over the past 2 years. And within each of those regions, as planning forums form and as projects are developed, that they address issues of projects that may foreclose upon restoration opportunities. So just going back to the language of the ERP3, so within the area, significant adverse impacts to the opportunity to restore habitat as described in section 5006, now that's reaching back to ERP2, must be avoided, or impacts referenced in subsection A will be deemed to be avoided or mitigated if the project is designed and implemented so it will not preclude or otherwise interfere with the ability to restore habitat as described in section 5006. C, impacts referenced in subsection A shall be mitigated to a point where the impacts have no significant effect on the opportunity to restore habitat as described in 5006. It's suggests mitigation shall be determined in consultation with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, considering the size of the area impacted by the covered action and the type and value of habitat that could be restored on that area, taking into account existing and proposed restoration plans, landscape attributes, the elevation map shown in Appendix 4, and other relevant information about habitat restoration opportunities of the area. And for the purposes of the Water Code 85057.5A3 and Section 5001, J1E of this chapter, this policy covers proposed actions in the priority habitat restoration areas depicted in Appendix 5. So this is the linkage to the map. Now, I think our intent is to...
Yeah, can you break that down in plain English?
Yes, so our intent here is that as these public actions come forward, that we would encourage multi-benefit implementation of projects. So projects that actually achieve some level of restoration, a la the guidance laid out in ERP2, or we are at least continuing to protect opportunities for future restoration on the landscape. Now, given the expansion of the geography that we'd be looking at, I think it might be important to consider some off-ramps for key infrastructure projects that may address public safety. Some of that may already be covered in exemptions that exist for projects that are done under emergency conditions or under certain authorities. But essentially, we're talking about thinking about the Delta more comprehensively in terms of the protection of opportunities to restore, or in the implementation of projects that have multiple objectives and multiple benefits. And again, as written, I just want to make clear, it may take some adjustments to the language to make sure that we're not creating unintended consequences and halting necessary projects that are not aimed at restoration.
Does this become an unfunded mandate?
Well, it's already a regulation, so I hope not.
Okay.
The mandate says you have to do such and such here. This says if you're going to do something here, you have to take into consideration what the state's goals are for that area.
And if they don't?
Then they're inconsistent with the Delta plan, if they're a covered action. I mean, we're only talking about covered actions here.
The Department of Unfunded Mandates is right next door.
Do you want to go through ERP4, and then we can talk about this as a package?
Sure.
By the way, when you were going through the policy, I couldn't help but think of these ads for medication that you see on TV that say, don't take this if you're allergic to it.
ERP4 speaks to riparian habitats in levee projects. As currently written, there's a map figure that indicates specific river reaches where levee improvements shall consider setback levees. And those are listed. I won't drag us through the policy again. So our proposed change would be to use some of the work that was done as part of the Blue Ribbon Task Force Environmental Working Group for the Delta, and then also SFEI, Aquatic Science Center, so San Francisco Estuary Institute Aquatic Science Center's work on a Delta renewed in looking at the priority fish migration corridors. So essentially we would be expanding the river reaches that we're asking project proponents to evaluate habitat improvements within levee projects. And we'd also propose augmenting the language so that the levee improvement, the components that deal with ecosystem would be specific to the types of restoration possible. And so we've already talked about how setback levees are not feasible in the central delta. And so we would be asking for them to consider habitat components on levees as a design feature. This work is going on in places like Twitchell Island. There's been incorporation of habitat on Sherman Island as well, and levee repair projects. Upstream where seasonal inundation is possible, those would be the appropriate locations to consider setback levees in the more classic sense. And so as a project proponent would bring their project forward, they would be evaluating the potential for those aspects of the project to be incorporated, and where feasible, incorporating alternatives to do so.
So does that, it adds more areas where that consideration should occur, or it stays about the same? It's a little hard to tell from the map.
Yeah, the map is difficult to read. Currently, on the San Joaquin River between the Stanislaus and Paradise Cut and out Paradise Cut towards Fabian Tract, there's a region where improvements are to consider setbacks. And then in the North Delta, Staten Island, Steamboat Slough, some of the lower Sacramento River reaches, levee improvements would have to consider setback levees. Some of those areas are actually, according to the new mapping, subsided, and so setback levees may not be feasible in those regions. We're proposing that we know more about where fish are moving through the system. We're proposing that projects within those regions, especially where setback levees aren't feasible, and that habitat incorporation is difficult, that they consider attributes to the projects that support fish.
So what kind of feedback would you like to receive that would be helpful on ERP 2, 3, and 4?
I think discussion of whether we're heading in the right direction.
Whether you understand how these policies would work, whether you need more examples of how they would work.
And any unintended consequences you particularly would like us to take account of.
Okay, and you've heard some so far. Comments?
Well, I have a couple of comments. So thank you for your hard work and your patience with us. I think it would be a good idea to somehow convey, given some of Ken's questions, that what you're proposing here is not any sort of prohibition or intended to constrain projects, especially public safety projects. And I don't have an idea right now about how you could do that, but what I'm hearing from the line of questioning is that in the current draft, it's not quite clear yet. And you've explained it very well, and maybe some of what you explained today could be put in a concise, yet another sidebar or something. I don't know the solution yet, but that's one suggestion I have. And then on the examples of levee projects, it's very difficult to visualize. I have my visualization in mind of what you're meaning. I think an illustration or an example project or two would be useful.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Ron, on Table 2, page 45 of the staff report, Yolo Bypass and Cash Slough Complex, in there you talk about setback levies. Where can we get more detail on what is being proposed or even thought of? There's a setback levy that I'm aware of that would be mile long, setback quite a distance, which would take out of production a lot of agricultural land. Do we have this sort of detail?
So this table is intended to demonstrate, it might make sense to wait until we give the intro and the context for this table before we get into it. But this is meant to be an example table, and I think we'll get there under ERP6 if we can just pause for a second on this.
Very good. I'll wait for that.
Anything else on ERP 234? All right, next.
Okay, so ERP R2 is a recommendation that the Bay Delta Conservation Plan implementers focus on priority habitat restoration projects and species recovery actions, and focus on certain attributes of the ecological function like connectivity. Essentially, well, obviously, given that it's referring to a conservation planning exercise that has expired, this needs to be updated. And our proposal is to leverage the updates that we've talked about in ERP2, ERP3, ERP4, and to identify essentially a set of priority attributes to projects. And essentially these priority attributes allow you to put together a way of looking at projects in a ranking system. So
the ERR2, it's your recommendation to eliminate that and supplement it.
That's right.
In
And
ERP 234 plus the addition of ERP 6.
Yes, and would appreciate discussion around whether this is appropriate as a policy or whether it's appropriate to continue as a recommendation in terms of the types of priorities. And so as opposed to focusing on explicit goals and objectives of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and the magnitude and types of actions that plan was putting forward, we've attempted to take a step back and generalize it again to that ERP2 map where we're looking at the various opportunities on the landscape, and then in the Appendix 3 where we would identify explicit attributes about the projects that should be common and should be priority. And so I could read through the specific attributes. We already went over the common attributes for projects. We should take a step back and do that, and then talk a little bit about the tiers, and then I can speak to the question on the summary table where we've tried to apply this criteria to the various planning regions which we're proposing in ERP3.
And Ron, if I can just give a little sort of
Sure.
background on this too. So we talked about this extensively at the August meeting. So the presentations from Letitia and from Garrett really talked about creating a tiering system that describes and creates some creates some definition around the different types of restoration that are possible on the landscape. And one reason that this is important is because currently there's no system that's out there for the Delta that really creates some definition around what higher levels of priority are for restoration activities. This is an approach that's used in other regions in California, and it's something that we think creating some terms and definitions and levels of restoration activity would be really useful for not just project proponents that are coming in, but also for planning activities. So that's one aspect of it. I think the other aspect of it that's really important is that it helps identify, and this goes to table 2 that you were just talking about, is that it starts to describe where these different types of activities are possible on the landscape. So it's not necessarily dictating that these must happen in this region, but when you're a project proponent or you have a piece of land and you're coming in and saying what's possible, this is a sort of guidance and framework to say, here are the types of activities that we expect to see. So again, putting restoration projects in the context of a larger vision and a larger goal. So there aren't necessarily projects that are currently identified that meet all of these categories within a single region, but moving forward, when there's project planning, between now and 2100, this is sort of the range of possibilities that we're seeing.
Let me offer the observation that I think what's driving this is historically projects that have occurred in the Delta have been mitigation projects, and the site selection is oftentimes not a part of some priority or overall plan. It may have to do with affordability or convenience or other things. So what we're trying to do is now create a blueprint that calls for a strategic plan, if you will, for these types of restoration projects in these areas that will hopefully lead to some connectivity that will expand the benefits of the smaller scale projects otherwise. Is that so that's the justification behind ERP6. It's addressing the paradigm shift that we're undertaking now. And it should be done in concert with the counties to make sure that whatever projects are part of this connectivity makes sense. So, and that's why I thought, Ken, ERP6 gets at the questions you were asking. So, Ron, I don't think you need to read through the details, but to me, it's sort of the summation of everything we've talked about so far.
And if I could share, I think the other things that this does is that it brings together, particularly I think the findings of the synthesis paper on ecosystem management approaches, with potentially the geography from the Delta Conservation Framework in the context of the Delta Plan. So it's a bringing together of the best science that we have to tell us essentially in these different locations with these different characteristics, what are the potentially best restoration strategies, with the potential regulatory framework of the Delta Plan, using the local process established by the Delta Conservation Framework to ensure that project definition, when it happens, is by stakeholders from the ground up. So it's meant to tie all of those pieces together.
That's the perfect write-up. But you
shoot, I wasn't.
Yeah.
It's right. We have a video.
That's a very clear, concise explanation. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand better what you're trying to accomplish here. I'm wondering a couple of things. The issues pertaining to stakeholders and local areas, should that be part of this policy? And, seeking to, prioritize or skip your issue of willing sellers and economic impacts and that kind of stuff. Should that be part of this? And then I'm also wondering, is there universal agreement on what large scale is? Or I'm not sure on the process. If this is a policy, we have a choice to make it a regulation, or it.
Policy is a regulation.
Policy is a regulation, so we'll have to have.
Staff mentioned that that's on the table.
Okay, so if that was, then there has to be more definition on what large scale means, what restoring ecological
Absolutely,
processes.
and as we typically do in Delta Plan process, we develop definitions. You have to develop definitions for the rulemaking process, and we probably have a lot of those in our glossary of the Delta Plan already, or even in our regulatory, in our rules. So, yes.
So then, I guess back to maybe original question putting on the table is should we incorporate the, doing these things within some, range of where it is and how it's done with local governments or local property owners? Do we mention that somewhere?
So I have a concern. I'm not sure I'm completely understanding what you're saying, Ken, but my concern is that if we start getting too prescriptive, local government's not going to appreciate it, and then we end up constraining ourselves. So I view this more as high-level guidance. And if you go back to the pyramid, the high-level guidance is at the top of the pyramid. So I don't want to have a policy that's so specific and prescriptive that we're not able to do the sort of restoration and thinking behind restoration projects that has been discussed this meeting and the last meeting.
Okay, that's what I'm at. I'm trying to get to this issue of recognizing, are we going to recognize constraints or not? Leave that to somebody else, because I don't, we could say, we could recommend that you do only willing sellers and you seek to use public lands and all of that stuff. I just want us to be clear what we're doing. So if we think those constraints are too constraining to accomplishing the co-equal goal, and we're going to leave it to others to figure that out, then we should say that.
So I think one of the, if I may jump into this, so one of the, so if you imagine the framework document where we, here, let me scroll back a few. We talked about how we're describing the different components of what's coming together for the ecosystem amendment. So if you come back to this red circle, this policy or recommendation, this ERP6, is still in the red box or within the red circle. We're just talking about
Ken really wants to get over to that other box.
Physical.
He's been talking about it a lot.
So
be here in November.
Exactly. So, but Ken, what I'm saying is, I think the question that you're asking is, or as I hear it, is, are we thinking about the practical constraints on this? Are we thinking about how this gets implemented on the ground? Are we thinking about how we're directing agency actions and stakeholder engagement? So, yes, all of that is in November in the institutional and implementation policies and recommendations. We're covering all of those aspects of sort of, once you have this framework of what the priorities are to accomplish restoration on the ground, then you jump to, well, how do you do it? How are the state agencies involved? How are we encouraging these regional strategies that are already occurring? How are we encouraging them to continue and complete their process and to come up with their own list of projects for restoration and multi-benefit projects that can then be implemented and, get in the ground? And so I think some of it is an artificial constraint on the discussion because we're just trying to stick to one subset. But I think a lot of those questions are still.
No,
what happened at the next time?
I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to raise, and I, apologize if I'm being difficult, is that Skip has raised certain issues repeatedly, and we're talking about a policy that will be a regulation. And it gets back to my question.
It may or may not be. It's up to the council to choose.
Yes.
So if you want, consider this R6 a recommendation.
It's sort
so
of.
So that decision hasn't been made.
I don't want to. Yeah, I know, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
New, even though 2.5 years, I'm still sort of new to plan amendments and policies and recommendations. But Susan has raised the issue that I've been trying to get at, is we don't want to put those constraints on restoration projects because we want, it may not be successful if we, and that's kind of my basic question is, will this amendment tell us what achieves the co-equal goal of ecosystem restoration? And how do we address, and I'll be honest, I mean, I've spent my career at the local level, so and I've dealt with the state, and trying to pin the state down is not an easy thing, but I wear a different hat now. But how do we answer that? We answer
You
that.
are the state now.
I am the state, yeah. So how do we answer your issue, Skip? Seems to be, it's a recommendation, and then it's like, it's going to get hashed out with, Department of Fish and Wildlife or DWR or whoever, and the local residents and agencies. So we're just going to give our view on that, and I think that's a fundamental issue for what we do. I mean, if that's the case, we can't address. I think what we've got to struggle with is, well, okay, how do we address your comment? What's in the Fish and Wildlife framework, and I don't know what the framework is. That's
the document that's been presented.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they use it. Are they bound by that, or are we just saying, hey, we're not going to constrain meeting the co-equal goal by committing to some of these limitations? I don't know. I mean, that's a thing that we need to discuss in the plan.
Go ahead, Susan.
And you don't have to answer. That's just
Yeah, I think you were out of the room, Ken, when I asked staff to find a way to convey that this amendment is not meant in any way to constrain the things that you're talking about. And so they're going to come up with a sidebar or something that directly conveys what you're trying to get at.
Which I think is a response to the comments that Skip has made, that it's going to be more about process in dealing with that than requirements.
So I guess I have one thing to say about high-level guidance documents and lawmaking, and then the implementation of whether it's a law or a regulatory plan, and the dynamic between local jurisdictions. And this comes from some of the work I'm doing on sustainable implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And the premise of that act is that the locals are going to develop these plans. And in development of that act, it was acknowledged, okay, the state, the Department of Water Resources is going to provide you these resources. The locals will come up with the plans. If the plan does not meet certain regulations, and it's up to DWR to determine that, then either the plan is redone or, anyway, I don't want to get into the details, but my point is, what I learned in a meeting with a local jurisdiction, which thought of itself as local, is that its member agencies told the local jurisdiction, no, we're in charge of our part of this plan. And so, and then it just, it's the Russian doll analogy. How local is local and how big is big government? And I don't think in this amendment we want to start getting into regional and deciding what is local and what is not, and what Skip's ag policy. And I just don't want to get to the point where people are getting confused. I think as long as we stick with what the staff is trying to do and provide guidance. And so in answer to your question about, is this ecosystem amendment going to state clearly exactly how this is achieving the co-equal goal of ecosystem restoration? No, this amendment is not going to say that by doing this, this, and this, and following these policies and these recommendations, we will meet ecosystem function by 2025 and these areas. I don't expect that of this plan. So I think of it in a similar fashion as the conveyance, storage, and operation. We did not, in that amendment, specify exactly how that amendment was going to achieve the co-equal goal of water supply reliability. We offered guidance, we offered policies, we offered, history, we offered context, we offered best available science, and we went back to our adaptive management mandate, and that's how I see this amendment going, in a very similar fashion.
I do too, and I haven't been advocating for we're going to meet it by a date certain, that kind of thing. It's just being able to say, if you do all these things and you adaptively manage it, so we think we can meet the goal, and we'll check back in 5 years and see if we still think that.
Well, I guess that's the other thing. And habitat restoration is a long-term prospect, and actually the Delta Plan is a long-term management plan. So I think I would like folks to think of the 5-year review as not some sort of judgment day. It's more to...
It's like a progress.
It's a progress report, what has changed, and the performance measures are where we have the specific measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based sort of measures. The amendment level, the Delta Plan amendment level is the policy level. So I don't know, I guess I'm not understanding exactly what you're getting at.
Oh, I'm just saying, this is a dynamic plan, and every 5 years we just check in and see if our thinking has changed on anything in particular, and it may not have, or we're, based on monitoring and measuring performance, do we stay the course? Do we add some? I mean, I've been through so many urban water management plans, and that's what you do. You just take a look at it, and in that case, the state tells you what they want you to do, but you just check in. And so I think that I'm trying to understand what it is, how this relates to us saying we're achieving the goal. And I think the CSO is a good example, because if, it's like, do all these things, and, we think you're going to get to water reliability. So do all these things, however you do them, and we think you're going to have a functional ecosystem. I'm not trying to get us to a lower level. I'm just trying to get us to be clear in what the purpose of the amendment is, and what we're trying to accomplish, so you could go out and convince people to spend money on this.
So, at the sake of focusing on ERP6, is there anything missing in the first 5 items that are listed as actions? Is there anything missing under Part B of priority items? Is there anything missing?
I have a quick question and a suggestion, if I may. The question on this particular policy is this prioritization strategy based on large-scale projects? That's you, Ron.
Thank you. It is a priority attribute, but is not solely based on scale of project.
And the reason I ask that is, I think I made comment about there may be smaller projects that don't meet this box, if you will, but they may fit in perfectly well with the goal. So that was the question I had. The recommendation or the suggestion is that instead of a policy, we ought to have a recommendation which allows flexibility for this very issue.
Well, that's why I asked the question, Skip, because under B, it talks about attributes, be large scale, improve habitat connectivity. So to achieve habitat connectivity, you could have smaller projects.
Absolutely.
But that's one of the criteria. That's why I asked, have we missed anything? Because that's what, I think at the end of the day, that's what staff wants is, does this look okay? I think it looks great. Are we missing anything?
Some of my issues.
Yeah, I think it's on target for sure. There's a few details I'd be happy to talk with you later about, Ron, but I mean, to me, it seems like what we're trying to say is if an opportunity comes up, we don't want to miss the opportunity, and we want to take advantage. We want to do these, wherever possible, we want to do all of these things that are clearly characteristics of functional, successful restoration projects here and elsewhere. All those characteristics are characteristics of a high achieving restoration project, and so we want to make sure we do those wherever the opportunity is. And then if it's a small scale project, it doesn't mean it doesn't get done. It just means it meets some of these, but not all of these priorities.
And depending on how small, it may not be a covered action.
Yeah.
Okay, answered my questions. I guess one last basic question. I sit on this council on Delta Protection, other smaller regional sorts of committees and commissions. What does this look like at the end of the day? I mean, how do we know that Frank's Track and Cash Slough and Yola Bypass, they're all going to fit together in this beautiful, and we're going to tie a bow around it and say, we've achieved our goals? How do we know what's going on with all these projects and how they fit in? I mean, that's coming from the layperson that I am, just trying to say, how do we know we've been successful? What does success look like?
Well, that's why the Delta Reform Act required us to establish quantifiable performance measures and a 5-year review period. So I think the council alone can achieve these goals. We depend on implementing agencies. We depend on others' jurisdictions. There's only so much we can mandate through our regulatory framework and incentivize. But at the end of the day, it's that assessment through performance measures that's going to tell us whether we're making progress towards our goal, and if not, how do we need to adjust the plan in order to get there.
And Jessica, maybe that wasn't a question just for this council, but what's it look like?
Existential question.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's doing great work as they think, but are we talking to one another with these different projects? I think that's really the bottom line. And in 5 years, maybe that's how we check in to see how these projects all work together. That's something that I haven't seen.
A couple of thoughts. We have performance measures now.
Right.
And we're going to review those presumably in November, December. Okay. And the synthesis papers that were provided to us months ago, those are going to feed into the development of either new and improved, amended performance measures or new performance measures. And those will be designed to answer that specific question. Keep in mind that we've had a habitat restoration approach that has been mitigation project oriented. So we've got things scattered all over. If you take an overflight of the Yola bypass and you see like little postage stamps here and there and there, all good, we've learned a lot. But one of the things that is clear is that interconnectivity is key and scale is key. So what we're on, I think we're on the leadership edge of trying to describe what an integrated and connected habitat restoration approach looks like, and based on best available science. And then our performance measures will set things to monitor to see how well those actions are taking place. This is decades and decades of time that'll be required to identify projects, locations, permit, implement, and monitor. So I don't know that you and I will be around, to ever have a chance to evaluate how well we've done. But that's why I constantly tell staff, be bold, be bold. This is an opportunity that comes along once in 20 years to do this and do it well. And I'm feeling really good about not only what they're presenting us, but the conversation that's occurring around the table. A lot of good questions, a lot of good input. And some of the fun stuff that you guys really want to jump ahead to, we'll get to in a couple of months. But unless anybody else has further direction for staff, if anybody wants to summarize, I think we probably have exhausted this agenda item? All right. All right. I have one request for public comment. Sam Softy from Regional SAN. Sam, thanks for hanging in here.
No problem.
They created a microphone spot for you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council member. Just wanted to praise the staff on the great job they have been doing for the more than 1 year, and it's been very open and a very transparent manner. We have been able to learn a lot from it. I mean, their presentation have always generated good discussion, good question, which is going to make it easy when the actual amendment's going to be released for public comment. And I thought it shouldn't go unnoticed, you know, all the way from the State of the Estuary Conference to Bay Delta Science Conference, connecting the Delta Renewed, the Delta Conservation Framework. I mean, it's been very great, and I commend the staff and all of you to keep the great job going and keep it open to public as it is. This should be a role model process. Thank you.
Sam, the council, and I know staff really appreciate the positive feedback. Thank you for that. Is there any other requests for public comment? Then, staff, thank you. Council members, thank you. That concludes file item number 9. File item number 10, public comment on any matter. Seeing none. Our next round of meetings will begin with a council meeting at the Ramada Inn in West Sacramento on October 23rd, followed by the hearings that Jessica mentioned earlier on October 24th, 25th, and 26th. So we'll see you in October. This meeting is adjourned.